never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 49. The motion passes.
President Trump's pick for Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has advanced for the Senate confirmation. The Senate voted largely along party lines to advance Hegseth with a final vote of 51 to 49. President Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship has been temporarily blocked by a federal judge in Seattle.
The judge ruled the lawsuit by Washington, Oregon, Illinois, and Arizona would likely prevail. Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown said the unconstitutional and un-American executive order will hopefully never take effect. It's in the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. Brown says it's been recognized by generations of jurists, lawmakers, and presidents until President Trump's illegal action. I'm Brad Ford.
Firefighters say they're getting the upper hand on the Hughes fire in the mountains north of L.A. The wildfire began yesterday near the town of Castaic and spread over 10,000 acres, putting more than 30,000 people under evacuation orders.
It's like California's burning up, you know? It's very scary. It's very scary.
At last check, the fire is 14% contained. A new study shows those with ADHD have a shorter life expectancy.
Research published by Cambridge University Press found that men with ADHD were likely to live 7 years less than those without ADHD. For women, it was likely to shorten their lifespan by 8 years. The study's authors wrote that the evidence is extremely concerning and highlights unmet support needs that require urgent attention. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 408 points. The S&P 500 rose by 32 points. The NASDAQ was up 44 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
AAA reports that the national average price for a gallon of regular gasoline is $3.13 today. From America's News Network, you're listening to USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
President Trump says the inflation crisis is the worst in modern history.
He addressed the World Economic Forum virtually as it took place in Switzerland Thursday.
The entire planet will be more peaceful and prosperous as a result of this incredible momentum and what we're doing and going to do.
It marked Trump's first major speech to global economic leaders. Trump placed the blame for rising prices on former President Biden. He also urged businesses to begin producing their products in the U.S. I'm Brian Shook.
The Washington State Superintendent of Public Instruction has issued guidelines to schools following President Trump's executive orders on immigration.
The guidance from the superintendent's office says school officials are prohibited from engaging with immigration authorities to share student information. Schools shouldn't deny enrollment based on citizenship. Birth certificates or social security numbers are not needed for enrollment, and they should not require students or parents to provide documents that reveal their citizenship. I'm Brad Ford.
The FDA says over a dozen cats have been killed or sickened by bird flu in raw food products.
The feds are investigating how the virus got into the pet food supply chain. Cases have popped up in Colorado, California, Oregon, and Washington state. Huge numbers of poultry have been culled to stop bird flu outbreaks, but that meat isn't supposed to be in pet food. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Another dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate.
Then I do believe that is my cue. Cue the microphone. Let's roll. All right, so here we go. How the heck are you? Hope you had a good week. Almost there to the weekend. as we're making our way into a Friday. Looks like we're turning the page on the calendar, 24th day of January. Now, just 1 week left in January of 2025. All right, the new year is underway in full swing. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another chilly night outside the secret bunker. Surprise, surprise. Not quite the bitter cold we've had the last couple of nights. We're supposed to get down, I believe, into the single digits once again. Maybe the lower teens this early Friday morning. But gradually seeing a little bit of moderation temperature-wise. It's still a cold night well into the deep southern tier of the country, especially the southeast. I'm looking here from Weather Street. We've got, they call them cold weather advisories, all the way down into central and southwestern Florida, Sarasota, to Sebring, Tampa, Orlando. Those are cold weather advisories. Just to the north of that and west, it's freeze warnings once again. From Deltona to Ocala. A little bit warmer right on the beach there at Daytona Beach, but just a few miles inland, you've got freezing temperatures. Good news for Interstate 10. This came down the line about 3 hours ago, and that is in regards to Interstate 10. Finally, I-10 has been closed since Tuesday evening as upwards of 10 inches of snow fell across the panhandle. All lanes are reopened, effective by 8 o'clock Eastern Time. All lanes of eastbound and westbound Interstate 10 are back open to traffic. Keep in mind, they say, with the freezing temperatures still anticipated and winter weather conditions still in effect, obviously, use extreme caution with travel there. Same scenarios we had last evening. With a lot of the melting taking place during the day. So you get those wet spots that freeze over once the sun goes down. But at least the interstate is open. Be very cautious out there. Not much out there as far as precipitation tonight. It's a pretty quiet night. We do have some snow over into portions of central and western Montana. Most of that's, it's not going to mount to a whole lot. For most areas, maybe 1 to 2 inches expected there. So primarily just winter weather advisory. Some of the higher elevations south and east of Great Falls are under a winter storm warning where they could see 6 to 12 inches and winds gusting to 35 miles per hour. This is what they call the Little Belt and the Highwood Mountains. So again, the higher elevations there. Aside from that, we've had some snow flurries, some lighter snow showers pushing through parts of Indiana, central and western Ohio, eastern Kentucky. Some of these little bands of snow, enough to just cover the ground. And, of course, on the interstates and the roadways, it's the kind of scenario, you get a little bit of snow, the automobiles going over it kind of packs it down, and suddenly you've got slick spots. So advisories for some potentially slick conditions. It's just a advisory, a special weather statement, as they call it, but that encompasses much of West Virginia, northern and eastern Kentucky, about the southern half of Ohio, as well as Indiana. When I was looking at the radar a few minutes ago, most of the snow showers are not kind of like east of our area in southwest Ohio. We did have the salt trucks out making the rounds a bit earlier. Aside from that, wow, again, the red flag warning, Southern California. The gusty Santa Ana winds fanning the flames of the new wildfire near Santa Clarita. That started on Wednesday. Smoke again filling the skies over Southern California. The Hughes fire, that was the one that started about a little before 11 o'clock Wednesday morning. In a matter of just 2 hours, 5,000 acres had burned. You talk about fast movement. Now, as of Thursday afternoon, that blaze has now burned nearly 10,000 plus acres.
a little over 25% contained. But they say massive smoke plumes visible across the city. Over 50,000 again under evacuation orders. Nearby roads shut down. There was a portion of I-5 shut down for several hours on Wednesday. That reopened. Multiple aircraft, engines, bulldozers working to battle this blaze. In total, more than 1,100 firefighters were strategically pre-positioned across the region to address the ongoing critical fire weather, where they've got the red flag warnings. Cause of the Hughes fire still under investigation. We are looking at a shift in the weather pattern that will cause humidity to rise and rain, much needed rain, to return to Southern California over the weekend. Just about every location in coastal Southern California, as well as the Southern California mountains, should at least get in on some showers this weekend. Los Angeles County Public Works has been distributing sandbags to those who need them, especially near the burn scar areas where you've got the elevated risk of possible flooding. But that upcoming rain will also help improve the air quality, get some of that particulate matter out of the air, clear the smoke. We've got updates on the other blazes, where we stand with the Laguna fire, the Palisades, the Eaton fires. But more on the rain, a much-needed soaking rain for the wildfire-ravaged Southern California. Snow for the mountains, rain and snow to many areas in the southwestern U.S. Despite being right smack in the middle of the rainy season, brush conditions over Southern California as dry as they ever get in the summertime during the dry season. You throw in the dry air, the Santa Ana winds, wildfires, right? Now, so the much-needed rain. How much rain will L.A. and San Diego possibly get this weekend? The heaviest rain is expected actually Sunday. Up to a half an inch of rain could fall in the coastal areas and the valleys. Lower portions of the mountains could receive maybe an inch or more rainfall this weekend. The bulk of the rain will fall on the south and west-facing slopes of Southern California, where the moisture-rich breezes force uphill and squeeze out the moisture. Now, this rain will not only dampen the dry vegetation that's been fueling the wildfires, some of that moisture is going to be pulled into the canopy of live brush and trees that could temporarily make them at least a bit less susceptible to combustion. And as we mentioned, that'll help wash some of the particulate and dust out of the air. While the positives from the upcoming storm far outweigh the negatives, along with virtually any rain event in Southern California, there will be some negatives. A gentle light rain will spread out over 2 to 3 days. Little to no trouble in terms of debris flow or rock slides, but as often is the case with storms that drop southward along the California coast, the rain can focus into maybe 2 or 3 rounds where it pours for a while, where you see those downpours that linger for more than just a few minutes, like a thunderstorm, for instance. We could see localized debris flows, especially in the burn scar areas. There's no vegetation left to hold back any runoff. Should thunderstorms bubble up, a couple could even bring some small hail. A more common problem will be the lack of rain beforehand, which has led to a buildup of the oil, dust, and all the ash even on the roadways. That mixture, especially when the precip first begins, will make for very slippery conditions, a slippery sludge that can lead to auto accidents, and even you can slip and fall, kind of like walking on ice. The storm's also going to drag down some colder air. The atmosphere will go cold enough that snow falls over the mountains, not only in Southern California, but over much of the Southwest. Snow levels may dip as low as 2,000 feet over some of the mountain ranges in Southern California. That means snow's going to fall on the passes. Roads will get slippery and snow-covered. Most of the snow levels will be between 3,000 and 4,000 feet, but many of the ridges and peaks in Southern California, including the transverse ranges and the southern part of the Sierra Nevada, likely to pick up several inches of snow. A few inches of snow may also fall in the mountains of northern Arizona this weekend. Now, as we look a bit further ahead, yes, another Santa Ana may take shape next week as the storm continues to settle southeastward over the southwestern part of the country. High pressure builds over the interior and the Great Basin early next week. That familiar setup will lead to renewed Santa Ana winds. Just seems like you cannot get a break from the relentless winds. Hopefully, let's hope that the firefighters, with the help of Mother Nature and some showers and pockets of heavier rain, may really allow them to get a handle on containment here over the weekend. Great to have you on board Friday. Philly Dan, hello there. TGIF, yes, it is Friday. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Happy Friday from Leonard. There's Country Bumpkin checking in from Waterford, Michigan. Drive safe overnight, family. Hello to Marianne. Leonard, that's 22, kind of snowy in Niagara Falls, New York. Had an 18-wheeler on its side this past morning. Hit the black ice. Jeffrey, good morning, Steve. The overnight family ready for another fabulous show. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, it is TGIF. Here we are for this last day of the week. Steve is hidden in the Hotshot Secret hidden bunker. Throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. All right, 20 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. The new granddaughter and mother are home. Isn't that amazing? I mean, how quickly? How many years ago, when I was born, moms were in the hospital 2-3 days. All right, time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Turn up the volume. And whatever listening device the Overnight Drive airways are reaching you, 844-844-3388. Be a part of the show. Or you can be like Big Ed, right? You can't find them, grind them. One day closer to the greatest day of the week. Did I hear that?
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, Brain Dead is on board. Good morning, Steve. Happy finally Friday. And we can now say that Thirsty Thursday is no longer thirsty. Hope you have a good weekend. As for me, it's a silent night. I'm off tonight. Got the house to myself with the hounds. Stingbat's working. Oh, she did send you her interesting facts for the day, and I'll give you a heads up that Monday's edition will be very interesting. But we are counting down 15 days till pitchers and catchers report, 25 days till spring training, 61 till opening day. Looking forward to it. And, of course, the countdown, NASCAR Clash, 9 days, 22 days to the Daytona 500. Hello to Tank. Good morning, Steve. Happy Friday. A cool 27 here in Shawnee, Oklahoma tonight. There's Larry. Good afternoon. 18 degrees, New Paltz, New York. Round number 4 to Schenectady. Back to Wilmington, Delaware, where we'll reload for Saturday. Chad, it's still cold where he is. Good morning, Steve. Minus 10 here in the North Woods of Wisconsin. And Roy, good morning. 0 degrees. Feels like 9 below in Northwest Illinois. It's been a rather extended cold snap, hasn't it? Hello to Jerry, Kokomo. Good Friday morning. 11 degrees. Thank you, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and all the Hot Shot Secret users out there. Be safe. Enjoy the weekend. Don't forget to tell them you love them every chance you get. Hello, Gary. Good morning, Steve. And the Overnight Drive crew on a casual Friday. I-95 northbound. All right, how we looking tonight there, Shorty? At the Georgia-South Carolina, we are Columbus-bound, 29 degrees. Final update on yesterday's total BS. Took a total of 10 and a half hours to go the 108 miles in Georgia on I-95. Ice everywhere. Trucks, jackknife, cars spun out. Sounds like that would have been a good night to just stay home there, Shorty. All right, so you made it through safely, though. That's the good part. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull huller. A crisp 5 degrees under starlit skies in Clairton, Iowa. A beautiful night in the corn patch. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded like a freight train with quality coal sows for a high-speed trip to the land of enchantment. Everybody have a great weekend. Special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock of Iowa. As we still wait, patiently waiting to hear for the first time in the new year from the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Well, good morning.
One day closer to the greatest day of the week.
There it is. Always gotta remind us.
Right. Can't let you forget.
Mm-hmm.
It's frozen tundra down here in Florida. 31 degrees here at Lake City tonight, headed north.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly up at Adel, where I'm going, it's 29. But I haven't worked since Monday night. They called us off Tuesday night and Wednesday night. Wouldn't hurt my feelings to go ahead and take the night off, too.
So how are the road conditions? Pretty good shape there?
So far, dry.
Okay.
But I'm headed north. I'm, another 50 miles to Georgia. I haven't seen anything yet.
Obviously, based on what Shorty dealt with last night, I mean, it was still a big-time mess out there. You're lucky you didn't have to get out last night.
Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I found a snow tracker site on the internet, and it said that Adel, Georgia got 9.4 inches of snow the last, previous 24 hours, and that was Wednesday morning, so I'm sure that's why we got called off.
Yeah.
But I don't know how it is from, my load comes down out of Atlanta, and there was kind of like the north edge of Atlanta didn't get anything, and the south side of Atlanta got a whole bunch. It was right there on that line.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's like 13 degrees below normal temperatures in Clearwater right now.
Wow.
We should be in the mid and low 50s, and I think they're like 43 right now. Yeah, other than that, I've just been sitting at home.
Well, nothing
like I missed anything.
Like a couple of extra days of rest and relax. Now, what did you miss? All the executive orders. You had time to tune into all the latest news, see what Trump's doing today and yesterday, and shutting down the border. A lot of good stuff.
And Gulf of America.
Right.
So I'm supposed to be saying Gulf of Mexico on like Weather Channel and stuff yesterday, but I guess they didn't get the memo yet. But other than that, I guess I don't have too much. Hoping everything will be all right when further north I go. So far, it's been high and dry.
That's the way you like it. All right. So it sounds like things are.
Appreciate you taking my call.
Appreciate you reminding us that we are one day closer to the greatest day of the week. Real quick, like Brian posted, what I'd mentioned. Great news. All lanes of I-10 Florida have reopened. It's possible to encounter icy spots, so be vigilant. The Florida Highway Patrol escorted the first trucks, and video looks like there were hundreds of them. Now, I was headed out to work and was the first car to use the ramp from my road, and just in time as grocery store stocks were getting critically low. I think the crews did a great job, especially on the bridges, which are nearly perfectly clear. Good news.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 49. The motion passes.
President Trump's pick for Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has advanced for the Senate confirmation. The Senate voted largely along party lines to advance Hegseth with a final vote of 51-49. President Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship has been temporarily blocked by a federal judge in Seattle.
The judge ruled the lawsuit by Washington, Oregon, Illinois, and Arizona would likely prevail. Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown said the unconstitutional and un-American executive order will hopefully never take effect. I'm Brad Ford.
Firefighters say they're getting the upper hand on the Hughes fire in the mountains north of L.A. The wildfire began yesterday near the town of Castaic and spread over 10,000 acres, putting more than 30,000 people under evacuation orders. At last check, the fire is 14% contained. From America's News Network, you're listening to USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, looks like Eskimo Mom is on board. Hello there. Happy Friday, hump day, 56 days and counting till spring. Got the regular run tonight, got some flurries around Dayton. Cloudy, breezy, 26 degrees on Interstate 71 in Kentucky. So be safe. Have a good weekend when you get to it. Hello to the Chicago Feeder checking in on YouTube this Friday morning. Hello to 5-7, copy in the mail. There's Stacy. She said, happy Friday, all. Lost a good friend and driver today. You just never know. Prayers. Y'all stay safe and have a good weekend. All right, you do the same. Are you with me?
Well, I'm with you, Steve. Happy Friday. Or, yeah, I guess it is Friday, isn't it?
Almost for you. It is for me.
Yeah. It's going to be difficult. No college football to be talking about.
Right. What are we going to do?
It's going to be, I don't know. I'm going to go crazy. What's going to happen? I like basketball, but I don't get that too heavily involved with it. So I'm just kind of watching what some of these particular football programs, what kind of changes they're trying to make. And see who might be the top picks next year. Until that time, I guess I really ain't got nothing to say about college football.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm proving quality. So, but anyway, I mean, I see some schools making some smart moves. So, I don't think you're going to see no Ohio State winning it again next year. I look for the national champion to come out of either the ACC or the Southeast Conference instead of the Big Ten. I don't see anybody coming out of the Big 12, so, but that's just, that's just for what do you call that, for prognosticating. So, anyway, Steve, I'll tell you what I called about. And hear me out. President Trump needs to cool his damn jets. Now, let me tell you, I'm behind President Trump in certain areas, such as the border. That's a problem. Do we agree on that? We need to stop it.
Absolutely.
All right. That's problem one with the immigration. Problem two is the ones that are coming into this country violating the laws. And I can appreciate they can go to the courts, round them up, you know who they are, get them rounded up, get them out of here. I can appreciate that. If they're coming into the communities, they're dealing in drugs, they're dealing in human trafficking, whatever. If they're gangbangers, get them rounded up. You know who they are. Your law enforcement know who they are. Get them out of here. I'm all behind that. But here's where I start drawing the line, and why I say he needs to cool his damn jets. This birthright 14th Amendment status.
Right. That's become a big controversy. They call them anchor babies, right? I mean, we've talked for decades and decades, people that have come, and it's from all over the world. I mean, there's businesses that actually operate out of China. Well, you can hire them. They'll fly you to be over here on a temporary visa so you can have a kid born and be a U.S. citizen.
And I understand that headache, but the 14th Amendment, it might. I think I was reading it. Well, we need to make a better pathway for citizenship. Well, hell, I've been hearing that for the 60 years or 65 years or 66 years I've been alive, and nobody's come up with a better solution than birthright citizenship. I've yet to see it in my 66 years being alive. But here's where it leads to other problems. We got an overzealous education secretary in the state of Oklahoma, and I posted about it. You might go pull it up and read it. Now making contingency plans on what to do with the kids that are in our school system. Do the schools turn in their families? Do the schools turn in the kids? To the government? Does ICE make a raid on the schools? What's the school's responsibility?
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? I mean, do you see the problems that creates? When is it your grandson's responsibility, Steve? And I don't know what the other states are doing. It's not my grandson's responsibility to go to that school, come out of there because he got a couple of 3 or 4 tanned or brown-skinned kids that might have a little different language than him, and report them to the government or report them to the law enforcement, because my grandkid may think that there's those particular individual citizenship might be in question. Where in the heck that we would put that kind of pressure on our kids, on our young people? If I'm teaching school, Steve, and it really hit me between the eyes. When I go to the classroom, we shut the door. At that point, that door is locked. You can't get in that door unless I open that door. All right? Mm-hmm. For obvious reasons and because of things that's taking place in our school.
Sure.
So when I go in, I don't care if I am a substitute teacher. It's my job, if something like that goes down, to protect those students in that classroom. Put myself in front of them, between them and whatever dangers they're facing. Now, if I'm sitting in there in a classroom of 20 kids, and 5 of these kids are obviously of Spanish descent or from a different country, but they're in that classroom to learn, they're not being disruptive, and ICE walks in there, I'm not going to open the door for ICE to come in there and handcuff 5 kids and jerk them out of the damn class. I would go to jail first before I would allow any damn law enforcement man to come into that school with a kid that's all he's doing is learning, to jerk him out of that school because somebody reported their family as illegal. Define illegal. Hell, the government allowed them to come in, and apparently they come in. Who do you determine to come in across the border? That the government give them a bus ticket to New York, the government give them a bus ticket to Oklahoma, or somebody that snuck around all of it? How are you supposed to determine that? Or is it my job as a teacher to say, hey, your parents did not come across through the back door or front door, whatever you want to call it, or they snuck around with using coyotes to get into this country? It's going to create too much grief for our local school population to sit there and define whether these kids are legal or illegal or their parents are trying to get citizenship. At least the kids are in school. And I'll tell you this, and I'll say it, and you can say I'm racist, whatever, but when I'm teaching those kids over there, Steve, guess who I get the most disruptive behavior from? White kids. Cold hard fact, white kids. I've yet to get any disruptive behavior out of any kid that I might think coming through the border. Because every one of them are sitting in there, they're wanting to learn. And so President Trump, when he's, and I understand when he makes these decisions, sometimes I'm thinking, are you thinking about what it is you're telling the American public? Because he's feeding off anger. President Trump is feeding off anger. He's feeding into that anger. And then he's feeding into the fears. These people, these kids, their parents, don't tell me they're not fearful. I guarantee you they're fearful. These kids have to go to school not knowing if when they get out of school if their mom and dad's going to still be around. If ICE comes in and loads them up and hauls them south, then they ain't got nobody to depend on. You see where those problems are going to come up? Are you with me with what I'm saying?
I see. I mean, I understood the focus was going to be on the criminal element right now. That's supposed to be the focus. Now, at what point do they get to where they're going to? Are they going to go that far as going into churches and going into schools?
Well, apparently, that's what everybody's wanting him to do. Because why would a damn Secretary of Education from the state of Oklahoma start making contingency plans unless he's trying to kiss Trump's ass so they can get a position with the federal government? I don't know, but to me it was, this guy's a Republican conservative.
Mm-hmm.
But it was the most stupidest, asinine thing for him to sit there and come up with. The focus needs to be the border and the criminal element. But to sit there and throw stuff out like this birthright, what kind of trouble, President Trump, did you not think that was going to create? You're creating trouble where there shouldn't be no trouble. And I know everybody's saying, well, it costs taxpayers money to educate these kids. Yeah, it does. Guess what? Those are your damn politicians, people that you voted for, that put this problem in your various communities. So guess what? Guess who should put the bill, in my opinion, on educating these kids that are from another country? In my opinion, Steve, the federal government should be releasing funds to the state government without telling the state government how to spend those funds. It's like he was saying today. I know it's comparing apples and oranges. Oklahoma gets hit by a tornado. Let the citizens of Oklahoma deal with how they're going to recover with the help of money coming from the federal government. If I understood him right. Did you hear about that?
I did not catch that.
Well, he did. Same thing with your schools. You brought these people over here, federal government, based on your laws and regulations. It's my opinion that you should fund these states that have this problem. The money should come from the federal government. It should go to the states. Let them determine how they're going to spend that money. Give it to the schools. Let the schools determine how they're going to spend that money. As long as they're spending it on trying to make education an equal opportunity for all kids that walk through those doors. Now, if that student's been disruptive, fine, expel him. But it's like I've told you based on what I've witnessed. Now, I'm just talking about my area and the area I live in. We've got a hell of an influence of people that's come from Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? I'm going to say, based on what I see, 90% of them's got their own businesses. They're trying to stimulate the community. They're trying to be good citizens. They're being good taxpayers. They're creating income for the community. Now, we do have a little drug issue going on around here. That I want to see solved, but, I want to see my law enforcement arresting people that are suspected drug dealers. But that's where your courts come in, and you take them to lock them up, and then I'll be damned if the courts don't let them out because their jails are too full. Then everybody starts crying because, we're housing these people. They're just drug dealers.
Right.
They're not vicious killers. When you allow drug dealers in your community to deal their stinking narcotics and their drugs, it's a good way to kill your community. Because how many young people get hooked on this crap?
Right.
And it's a drain on your community. But anyway, I wish President Trump would cool his jets and trying to sign stuff as a presidential mandate. Come on. You need to be more clarified on what it is that you want out of this immigration thing. Because the biggest two problems is the border. Now back you, put troops down there. Go to the courthouses, wherever, these criminals, and you know who I'm talking about, get them locked up and get them out of here. And the hell with their rights. And then let's concentrate on the ones that are here. Are we going to create a better pathway for citizenship? Because if they're here, when I see them sitting there in the school trying to educate themselves, are you going to make it easier for them to become a citizen? Because apparently that's what they want. They want to be citizens. They don't tell me, I want to be a Republican, I want to be a Democrat. They want to be United States of American citizens. How they vote later on, I don't care. Vote with your money. It's like I tell them kids, vote with your money. If you believe in giving everything you work for away and get nothing in return, vote Democrat. But anyway, Steve, I just wanted to get that off my chest. And because I hear everybody put Trump up on a pedestal. President Trump's going to be good for the country, but President Trump also needs to stop and think about what he's wanting to do for this country. And because all he's doing right now is creating everybody a lot of headache. And how we're going to sort through this mess is beyond me. But cool your jets, be more explanatory on what it is you're wanting to do. That's my spew for the week, Steve.
All right, I can detect a little bit of passion in your voice. I believe, is it Senator or Representative? Senator Ron Johnson. Yeah, he kind of addressed it this past day. He said, what is Trump actually trying to do with that executive order? Johnson said that it's all, in all likelihood, going to end up before the Supreme Court. He says, quote, if in the end the Supreme Court rules no, that's what the 14th Amendment says. We have to adhere to it and tell Congress and the American people to ratify a new constitutional amendment. This will be adjudicated through the courts. He said that was really the purpose of the executive order, to start the adjudication of this through the courts. And in the end, we'll get a final ruling on this, and we'll determine if we want to change that. The federal judge appointed by Ronald Reagan, acting this past day, putting a temporary block on the attempt to restrict birthright citizenship. It's a 14-day halt on the enforcement of this, one of the, most controversial orders that Trump signed in the hours after being sworn in. U.S. District Judge John Cohenauer said this is blatantly unconstitutional. I've been on the bench for over 4 decades. I cannot remember another case where the question presented is as clear as this one is. The judge, again, appointed by Ronald Reagan. Birthright citizenship is fundamental to America's national identity, with the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, decreeing that everyone born on U.S. soil is a citizen. It says, in part, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. Now, they say Trump's order was premised on the idea that anyone in the U.S. illegally or on a visa was not subject to the jurisdiction of the country, so they would be excluded from that category. The judge chided the Justice Department attorney, Brett Shumate, over his assertion that Trump's order was constitutional. The judge says, frankly, I have difficulty understanding how a member of the bar could state unequivocally that this is a constitutional order. It just boggles my mind. Now, obviously, that ruling, after a flurry of lawsuits filed by 22 states, 2 cities, and numerous civil rights groups hailed by states that took part in those legal actions. Arizona's Attorney General Chris Mays says no president can change the Constitution on a whim. And today's decision from the judge affirms that. The ruling is the first of many wins to come as my office fights instances of executive overreach. Washington State Attorney General said Trump's order was un-American. Birthright citizenship makes clear that citizenship cannot be conditioned on one's race, ethnicity, or where their parents came from. It's the law of our nation, recognized by generations of juries, lawmakers, and presidents until this action. So, yeah, kind of stirring things up. Ed is making an issue that really probably didn't need to be, the birthright citizen. What else Ron Johnson had to say? He said no matter what the judge rules, he told Newsmax this past day that he's actually opposed to birthright citizenship. He said, I think birthright citizenship is ridiculous. We are one of the few nations that allow it. According to Reuters, Trump quickly responded by saying his administration will appeal the decision. We went through what the judge already said. So Johnson says it's ultimately going to the Supreme Court. And what the Supreme Court comes down with, I mean, even conservative judges are going to look at the Constitution and say, hey, yeah, this is unconstitutional. I think the Supreme Court would shoot Trump down on that. All right, a couple minutes before a news break. Sasquatch, that's coming up. We'll get to Knucklebuster and on down the line, rolling into a Friday morning TGIF. Who else we got checking in? Dirty Harry. Sounds like Big Ed is misinformed about birthright citizenship. It wasn't designed for the former slaves after they were released, and ISIS not going after the kids in schools. That's BS. All right, a big, all of a sudden a big controversial issue got the country talking. But some say it is a discussion worth having. James says, I don't know of any other country that gives birthright citizenship. That's kind of what Ron Johnson was saying, that I guess there may be a few out there, but he said we are just one of the, hardly anybody does it. All right, Rubber Duck. He says illegal is illegal. Send them back. They can stand in line like my grandparents did to get their citizenship. Illegal aliens are committing crimes also. Why should I from South Carolina pay for your Oklahoma illegals? What's on your mind? 844-844-3388. What a way to start the day.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 49. The motion passes.
President Trump's pick for Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has advanced through the Senate confirmation. The Senate voted largely along party lines to advance Hegseth with a final vote of 51 to 49. President Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship has been temporarily blocked by a federal judge in Seattle.
The judge ruled the lawsuit by Washington, Oregon, Illinois, and Arizona would likely prevail. Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown said the unconstitutional and un-American executive order will hopefully never take effect. It's in the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. Brown says it's been recognized by generations of jurists, lawmakers, and presidents until President Trump's illegal action. I'm Brad Ford.
Firefighters say they're getting the upper hand on the Hughes fire in the mountains north of L.A. The wildfire began yesterday near the town of Castaic and spread over 10,000 acres, putting more than 30,000 people under evacuation orders.
It's like California's burning up, you know? It's very scary. It's very scary.
At last check, the fire is 14% contained. A new study shows those with ADHD have a shorter life expectancy.
Research published by Cambridge University Press found that men with ADHD were likely to live 7 years less than those without ADHD. For women, it was likely to shorten their lifespan by 8 years. The study's authors wrote that the evidence is extremely concerning and highlights unmet support needs that require urgent attention. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 408 points. The S&P 500 rose by by 32 points. The Nasdaq was up 44 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
AAA reports that the national average price for a gallon of regular gasoline is $3.13 today. From America's News Network, you're listening to USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
President Trump says the inflation crisis is the worst in modern history.
He addressed the World Economic Forum virtually as it took place in Switzerland Thursday.
The entire planet will be more peaceful and prosperous as a result of this incredible momentum and what we're doing and going to do.
It marked Trump's first major speech to global economic leaders. Trump placed the blame for rising prices on former President Biden. He also urged businesses to begin producing their products in the U.S. I'm Brian Shook.
The Washington State Superintendent of Public Instruction has issued guidelines to schools following President Trump's executive orders on immigration.
The guidance from the superintendent's office says school officials are prohibited from engaging with immigration authorities to share student information. Schools shouldn't deny enrollment based on citizenship. Birth certificates or social security numbers are not needed for enrollment, and they should not require students or parents to provide documents that reveal their citizenship. I'm Brad Ford.
The FDA says over a dozen cats have been killed or sickened by bird flu in raw food products.
The feds are investigating how the virus got into the pet food supply chain. Cases have popped up in Colorado, California, Oregon, and Washington state. Huge numbers of poultry have been culled to stop bird flu outbreaks, but that meat isn't supposed to be in pet food. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, welcome back. Make our way into a Friday from time zone to time zone. 24th day of January. Hope you've had a good week. All right. Well, Big Ed, you stirred up some conversation. That's for sure. All right, what did Big Dirty Harry said? The 14th Amendment was designed for freed slaves because they had no home country. Has nothing to do with anchor babies. All right, Buckeye Boy checking in from Orlando, 41 degrees. Big Ed needs a little history of why the 14th Amendment was created. It was not meant for illegal aliens to have a child in the U.S. and become a citizen. If they want to come in legally by becoming a citizen or have a green card or other documentation and have a child, I can see that applying. Cool your jets. The government's not going to come into your classroom and take children. The worst is being looked for first, the criminal aliens. The parents came in illegally along with at least 20 million others. Now, he did this executive order. He knew it would be challenged. Kind of like what Ron Johnson said. He knew it was going to go to the Supreme Court eventually and get it clarified because it's not the way it's written. We're one of the only countries that allows this. Either way, I'll load tomorrow 11:30, head back to Georgia to unload Monday. I was going to also load Monday for Sacramento. They pushed it, and I can't do it, so I'll see what else comes up. Have a great night, a better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. Pappy's take on the matter. He said Donald Trump is just keeping the whacked-out lefties on their heels. He's kind of flooding the zone. He puts out an order. The communist media attacks it. He puts out another order, and now they can't focus on the last order. The media and the Dems don't know what to focus on. But they do want the border open. That's their number one goal. This executive order, he knew, would get challenged by the courts. He gives the Republicans some wheeling and dealing power. You get this, and we'll drop that. This is typical politics at work. All right. Steve, it's been such a great week here on the Overnight Drive. The world of true debate, however controversial, has popped up. Personally, I love the fact that you've always upheld that ideal. The big takeaway is the whole country is now freely talking. Have a good weekend, and we'll chat next week. That is from Hoot Who. Good to have you on board. All right, promise we get to Sasquatch. Thanks for hanging in there. Morning, Sasquatch.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to say hi to my brother Hoss. He's down somewhere in Georgetown, Kentucky. But everything that you just said and everybody just said, from all the contacts, the text messages, is true. All he's doing is being a politician with a voice, and he's telling everybody what he's doing and how he's doing it. And we haven't seen that in 8 years. But he's got this country in less than 2 days. People are standing up. I don't care whether you think you're right or you're wrong, where everybody has their own opinion, and we're supposed to be doing that and walking away and having the respect for the other person with their opinion, whether you like it or not. And he's doing that, and he's got people talking. He's got people standing up and fighting for what we think is right. And we haven't seen that in 8 or 12 years.
For a long time, yes.
Yes. So nobody, and it's, so far he's done everything that he promised on his campaign and did in the first 2 days. And he's done more, and you're right. He knew that was going to get blocked on the 14th Amendment. And yes, everybody's right. That was wrote back in the 1800s, and politicians and people have messed with that 14th Amendment so much that it's so far out of whack that it's going to happen. And yes, here in Central Ohio, we have people that were bussed in from the border from Venezuela right here. I just had a run in with them last weekend. And they lost their jobs for what they were doing. And it was their own fault. Don't mess with the redneck boy from Ohio, because you will lose. You will lose. Especially, you know, I get it, snowing, you want to do donuts, but make sure that you're not doing it in front to where you damn near hit me, because that's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
That's just not going to work. So the big reason why I called is I went over to the corporate store at Hot Shot Secret here in Ohio.
Yeah.
The young lady in the window was awesome. It's an awesome little store up front. And I run the everyday treatment, the oil treatment, and all that in a 1993 Chevy diesel, the old 6.5. The shift is called the speed shift or whatever, the shift saver. That works. That's why I shouted out to my brother, because I bought him a bottle of it, and he's running it in his Duramax, and it's awesome. And the people were awesome at the store. They were fantastic. I can't say enough about that. So if you get it, or you can get it any way, shape, or form, do it. It's awesome stuff. Like I said, the people were nice. They were like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I drove over there in that little snow squall, last Thursday or whatever, and they're like, "Wow." But back on our politics, I don't mean to, but Trump's doing what he's supposed to be doing, and the big Ed guy, I commend him for standing up for what he believes in. I won't take that away from him. But no, they are not going to go after children. They are not asking our children to turn other children in. And is no more than what the people have been. Most people that are totally illegal aren't going to put their kids in a public school system and create records for them to find out that their parents are illegals. We're not going to do that. Trump's a father. He's a grandfather. He's not going to do something like that. He's bargaining. And people need to look at that.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the big, mean bully that everybody thinks that he is. And then the last thing, Big Ed, if ISIS is coming through that school, you got bigger problems to worry about than whether you're going to protect those kids or not. They're looking for something else. They're not going to do. And I'd like to see him stop ISIS. They're not going to do that. Because if you stand there and try to stop it, yeah, you're going to take a bullet for no reason at all. But, we haven't seen this kind of politics in 4 years, 8 years before that, and he's being up front. We're so used to the politicians across the country and across.
And I think Sasquatch ran out of cell there. Yeah, I think what he was getting to there. We've seen the politicians for so long say what they think their people want to hear, whether it's on the right or the left. Nothing really gets done. Let's see. Jay Burke says Trump's using a lot of his speaking words and orders as deterrents. All right. Hello to Gary. I got a lot of folks chatting here. Rubber duck. Okay, guess which dumbass car hauler loaded a two-wheel drive pickup and got it stuck on the first spot of the truck. If you guess me, you win. Are you nominating yourself for a DA of the Week award there, Rubber Duck? It is 844-844-3388. Let me see. Bongino said it's rock'em sock'em robot philosophy. Keep punching to keep them from losing their minds on a certain subject. This way, they're so spread out on their outrage, they don't have time to concentrate on one certain thing. Brilliant. All right. Thank you, Buckeye Boy. We do have some industry headlines we'll get to here. Let me be real quick. This was from the real Donald Trump. He posted, it's not a tweet, it's from the Truth Social, right? Yeah, Trump made it abundantly clear as soon as he was officially sworn in, he's not going to waste any time launching the golden age he promised, making good on his word on top of signing that list of executive orders, many of which were aimed at addressing the border crisis. He also fired over 1,000 federal employees. Sarah Gonzalez shares the announcement that Trump posted on Truth Social, which reads, "Our first day in the White House is not over yet. My presidential personnel office is actively in the process of identifying and removing over 1,000 presidential appointees from the previous administration who are not aligned with our vision to make America great again. Let this serve as official notice of dismissal for these 4 individuals, with many more coming soon." Jose Andre from the President's Council on Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition. Mark Milley from the National Infrastructure Advisory Council. Brian Hook from the Wilson Center for Scholars. And Keisha Lance Bottoms from the President's Export Council. In all capital letters, "You're fired." According to the Daily Mail, the purge includes nearly all officials at the undersecretary and assistant secretary levels, effectively gutting the department's top 2 layers of career staff. Politico also published an article announcing that Trump has already fired a 4-star Coast Guard chief, Admiral Linda Fagan, who is the first top military officer to be terminated under the new administration because she was diverting resources away from training and border security, rather focusing on DEI initiatives. Sarah said these bold moves are evidence that this is not the same Donald Trump who first took office in 2017. Donald Trump made mistakes in his first term, which stemmed from the fact he was not familiar with Washington. But this go-around, it's obvious Trump has clear eyes. After 91 indictments, 34 felony counts, and 2 assassination attempts, he sees the swamp for what it is and has a much better shot at successfully draining it this time. Blaze television contributor Eric July said, Trump 2.0 reminds him of how Elon Musk took over Twitter and how Argentinian President Javier Milei has been digging his country out of communism. They all have the same mentality when it comes to reform. Just get rid of these people. Another contributor said this is probably the only time he will applaud the unemployment rate going up. That's for the federal officials, right? 1,000, mostly career officials. What's going on, Knucklebuster? Casual Friday.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. That's why I like Donald Trump. He pisses off the people that I don't like either. So, hey, Big Ed, don't get your panties in a wad over this stuff, bud. Let it just work its way through the courts. I promise you, the Supreme Court is going to decide what the law reads for us, and that's what everybody needs to accept.
Right.
They're the last stance, right?
Yes,
yep. Well, if Big Ed needs something to do, he can watch him Kansas City Chiefs win the Super Bowl again. You know, Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift's boyfriend, he finally responded to the Chiefs cheating allegations there. He said they wasn't cheating. Said they was following the script just like Tom Brady did, and the referees were following their script exactly the way the Vegas bookie put it out for them to do there, right? Yeah, enough of all that baloney. Well, anyway, I read today, Steve, there was a 100-year-old Texas veteran. He renewed his driver's license just to see if he could still do it. His brother renewed him at 103, so he drives an old pickup, so you ain't going to catch him going real fast. He runs to get groceries and lumber, and that's about it there, right?
Well, as long as he can drive safely, that's more power to you, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There, he said he didn't go very fast, so don't run over him out there, right? I saw an article, and I can get a chance to read it. The Bengals hire Al Golden as their defensive coordinator. I don't even know who that is. I didn't know y'all needed a defensive coordinator.
Seems like the
you know who he is?
I don't know who he is, but yeah, the defense, that's why so many games were lost this season. Joe Burrow was putting up points and points and points, but no matter how many points he put up, the defense let him down and let the other team put more points up.
Okay. That shows how much I've been paying attention to NFL sports, right?
Yep.
Well, they suspended one of them U.S. Capitol police officers who let a visitor in with a gun up there at the Capitol, see? Imagine that. They said he set off a metal detector. They patted him down, but they still let him in. So, that's crazy.
It is.
They suspended him. I guess he might lose his job. I don't know. And then American hacker was shot by a suspected Mexican cartel while on U.S. soil. I didn't think that cartel would cross that river. See, don't they know that's our border over there?
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw this other headline. This lawmaker, I don't know which one it was, he unveils a constitutional amendment to give Trump a third term. He better be real careful about what he's doing there, Sco. I mean, I like Trump, but you never know. And then scientists created the world's thinnest pasta. But you won't see it in the stores anytime soon, see? So, I didn't know you could get spaghetti any thinner than what it is.
I'm not a big fan of that skinny pasta anyway. I like a regular old spaghetti.
Yeah, me too. Absolutely there. Well, I've read this on the BBC. Let me make sure we got enough time. Yeah, we do. They found a 200-year-old bottle, and the bottle was analyzed by the University of Lincoln student Zara Yeat, who used a scanner just like they usually use on crime scenes.
Right.
It was discovered by workers who were digging trenches at a property in Seaview Street last year. They didn't say exactly where. But anyway, she said the builders initially thought it was a bottle of rum and were planning to drink it. See? You know what it turned out to be?
Poison?
Urine.
Whoops.
I can just hear him now, Steve, all the way over here. Damn, I'm glad I didn't open that and take a twig. That's all my bull on it for this time. I'll call in a little later on there, Steve. Have a great morning. You got a good show going.
All right, Knucklebuster, here we are, underway Friday. Oh, let me see here. Got a couple of minutes. We'll get started here. It's been a while, been a long time. Would that be Snuffy and Granny? Is it Snuffy or Granny?
It is Snuffy and Granny in the flesh.
All right.
Morning.
Morning.
You can call off the dogs. Call off the dogs. We're still alive.
How the heck are you guys doing?
We're doing okay. Still trucking. I ain't got enough sense to quit.
I got your message there via Facebook, and I said, 47 years and you're still out there moving freight.
Yeah, I got to thinking about your dad today, and I remember him telling me he went to 61 Country Radio in Kansas City in February 1977. And I started my driving career in Fort Scott, Kansas in February of 1977, 90 miles south of Kansas City, and I used to listen to him on that radio show.
Wow, how about that? 61, I think that was WDAF, 61 Country.
You got it.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I've been thinking about a lot of stuff. I'm getting old, you know. By the way, speaking of getting old, before I forget my memory, hello to Big Ed out there. What a voice to hear. I haven't seen him in a long time. But I'm still trucking. They can't get me to quit.
Well, you should have plenty of millions in the bank by now, Snuffy. I got that answer.
That's a joke.
I got that answer.
That's a joke.
Wow.
Yeah, well, I'm 72 years old now. I'm trying to make it till I'm 75, 3 more years. At that point, I'll have 50 years driving. And then I'll have to find another gear and go another 50.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that's positive thinking. Are you still hauling like for the military stuff and the high dollar stuff?
Yeah, the explosives.
That's what I thought. Yes. Yeah.
Well, we haven't blown ourselves up yet.
That's a good thing.
Matter of fact, I sent the message last night. We were on our way to Fort Rucker, Alabama. We made it. As a matter of fact, we're still here. These people don't work when it snows. And they didn't work today, but they promised me they're going to come in tomorrow morning and take this load off of here.
And she thought that was funny, too. They so what, promises? Is that what she means? Hold the thought. We've got to hit our news break here, bottom of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Newark, New Jersey Mayor Ras Baraka is outraged over today's raid on a business establishment in Newark. The mayor claims that ICE agents detained citizens as well as undocumented immigrants without producing a warrant. Baraka says one of the detainees is a U.S. military veteran who was questioned about the legitimacy of his military papers. He called it an egregious violation of the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution, which protects against unreasonable searches and seizures. President Trump says the inflation crisis is the worst in modern history.
He addressed the World Economic Forum virtually as it took place in Switzerland Thursday.
The entire planet will be more peaceful and prosperous as a result of this incredible momentum and what we're doing and going to do.
Trump's first major speech to global economic leaders. Trump placed the blame for rising prices on former President Biden. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up, we'll get to some of our industry headlines here on a Friday. Hello to Roki, who shares, according to WDTN, the price of eggs is going up. Here in the state of Ohio, 2 million chickens were, as they say, depopulated due to the bird flu in Darke and Mercer counties this past day. And they've got several bird flu outbreaks there in Georgia, looking to try to quell that. The biggest poultry producer in the country, the state of Georgia. How high will the prices go? My. Anyway, back to Snuffy and Granny there. So they promised you they'd get you unloaded today, huh?
Well, that's what they said. I can't believe, man, they ain't got enough snow down here for me to put my boots on. Of course, I'm from Ohio. We know what snow is up there.
Well, this winter, it's more than we've had in a number of years.
That's what they said down here. But, yeah, I have people ask me when I'm going to retire. I say retirement's for old people. I'm only 72. I ain't got time for retirement.
Uh-huh.
But I had this discussion with Granny this evening when I was reminiscing about your dad and everything. I've been doing this so long, the old trucking movies, the old trucking songs, and it's not a job to me. It never was a job. It's a happening. It's a environment, the whole thing. Because if it was just a job to me, I'd have been retired a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
But it's what I am. It's who I am. And I'm going to keep doing this till they throw me out of here.
Just a paid tourist.
Yeah, I do feel like sometimes I'm just driving around and get paid to sightsee.
So are you guys going to try to make it to Louisville this year? I can't read. Did you make it last year? I can't recall.
No, we missed it last year. We was there the year before.
All right.
But you know, last time I was there, we had people coming up and saying stuff like, Snuffy and Granny, I thought you guys were dead. Or Snuffy and Granny, I thought you retired.
Yeah.
Now, we already planned our time off. We have to plan our time off so we don't interfere with the other drivers. And we are planning on being here this year.
How about that? Okay. That's great.
I'm looking forward to it, and I'm so glad you're going to be there.
We will be there with bells on. That's correct, yes.
Yes, sir.
And I do believe
we're going to do it this year.
I think we're going to be in the same spot we've been 2 years ago. We were the same place 2 years ago and this past year, so I think we're in the same spot. We got a good spot back there.
Yeah, she said yes.
Good spot.
You're not hard to find. I'm hard to find because you never know where I'm at. But we don't run as hard as we used to. We used to do a lot of produce and run 6,000 and 7,000 miles a week, but we're lucky if we do 2,000 miles a week now.
Uh-huh.
And I'm making more money. But that's the name of the game. As long as they have me, as long as I can pass the test, I'm gonna keep on trucking.
There you go. As long as you can stay healthy, you'll be rolling, right?
That's what we're trying to do. I'll let you go and get to your other callers, and you take care of yourself.
Have a good night.
It's great to hear from you guys. We'll look forward to seeing you there in Louisville, which, it'll be here before you know it. Mid-America Truck Show is starting to, we're making preparations as we speak. And I guess we'll be doing a full 5-hour show. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I believe is what Ryan said. We're going to do our regular clock, as we typically do. All right, 844-3388. Who else we got on board? Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, it's cool, mostly clear, 29 degrees, Greensboro, North Carolina. Don't worry, even though it's casual Friday, I am not driving naked. I got the mankini on. All right, Gilligan, everybody keep a shiny side up. Good to have you with us. Who was that? 5-7. You're right. He was kind of replying to Big Ed. He said, Big Ed, don't let us get to you, but you kicked the beehive. It's been said you like to do that from time to time. Hey, I've done it a time or two. Yes, he has. Yes, you have, 5-7. All right, but Big Ed always presents the message. He said, we all have opinions. Share your opinion. Don't attack the individual. Attack the content of the opinion. Attack the issues. That sort of thing. Who was somewhere up there? Somebody said Ed's a lunatic. Don't attack Ed. It's just give your opinion and tell why his opinion is incorrect. All right, that's what we try to do. What's that called? Be an adult. All right, real quick, like PACCAR recalling a number of Kenworth and Peterbilt truck models after discovering an issue with the accelerator pedal. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration recall documents, PACCAR recalling more than 1,000 model year 2023 and 24 Kenworth and Peterbilt trucks of various models. The throttle pedal assembly may contain an oversized magnet carrier, slowing the responsiveness or causing the pedal to stick, which can increase the risk of a crash. PACCAR trucks affected by the recall include all model year 23 and 24, unless otherwise noted. That would be 2024 Kenworth T180, T280, T380, and 480. Peterbilt models 535, 536, 537, and 548. A safety recall report explains that the magnet carrier acts as the pivot for the throttle pedal. Consequently, an oversized magnet carrier may cause the throttle pedal to bind. PACCAR attributes the oversized magnets to an issue with the molding tool. If an accelerator pedal does not return to idle upon release, applying the service brake can correct the issue. However, introducing fluids to the components could make the issue worse. Now, they say this recall stems from a larger equipment recall issued by the electronic throttle pedal manufacturer, Orscheln. That recall affects more than 4,000 throttle pedals that were sold to PACCAR and specialty truck manufacturer Oshkosh. Up to speed there. About 18 before the hour. Plenty of room for you on a Friday morning. 844-844-3388. Hello to Linwood. He said, I heard someone say earlier today that we don't always need to take Trump literally, but we do always need to take him seriously. All right, don't take him literally. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Eagle checks in here on a Friday. What's going on, Eagle?
Okay. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, I got some things to say, Steve. Very interesting things I want to say. Before I get to Joe Biden, I want to talk about the weather right quick, Steve. I want to go back to the weather right quick. And like I told you the other day, people need to take notice at what's going on with the weather, Steve, in the United States right now. You need to take a look, and like I said, people better start saying their prayers before they go to bed at night, because you're running short on time. There's very ominous signs out there right now of what's going on, Steve. I'm on my way back to Texas right now. I'm in Louisiana, and I'm in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I crossed over the Mississippi River. Never in my life. I've been running Interstate 10 for over 25 years. Never in my life have I seen snow on the bridge that goes across the Mississippi River, across into in Louisiana. When I crossed that bridge tonight, there were actually snow piles on the bridge in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, a place where it gets up to over 100 degrees during the summertime. And as far as I know, I don't think as far as my lifetime, as far as I know, they haven't had no snow of significance like this. So it's a sign from somebody. You got Florida that's got interstate shut down, Steve, like you told me last night. Never in my life did I ever think an interstate would be shut down, Interstate 10 in Florida, due to a snowstorm. So, people, they can keep playing games all they want and acting like it's just another day, but it's not another day. There's things going on, and it's not natural. It's something going on in the world. These fires out there in LA that's burning down half the city of Los Angeles. Explain to me how you got fires burning in LA on one end of the country, the other end of the country on Interstate 10. As a matter of fact, Interstate 10 runs to LA. You got Los Angeles, California on fire in LA, and on the other end of Florida, you got a snowstorm on Interstate 10. So you figure out if it's strange or not. But there's something going on, and I believe that it's a warning from the God above. Now, let me get on to some other things. I want to say this about Joe Biden, Steve. I told you this, and I predicted this a couple of weeks ago about Joe Biden. But at this point, I don't really care From what I'm understanding, Joe Biden did not pardon himself. His name was not on that list from what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people believe, like I told you last night, that's what Barron told Joe Biden when he whispered in his ear, but I think he said something else, and I think it's the F and then U. I think that's probably what he told him. But either way, let me say this about Joe Biden, Steve. I told you Joe Biden will go down in history as the worst president in the history of this country. He's also the dumbest president in history. He in Washington, D.C. for over 50 years, he accomplished absolutely nothing in his career in politics but destroying and tearing down things. So here's what I'm saying. I'm understanding now from what that Donald Trump might have made a comment that he might go after Joe Biden. But at this point, Steve, I say leave Joe Biden alone. As much as I hate Joe Biden, if I was Trump, leave the guy alone and let him just sit over there in Delaware in his house and just be with his, he's a frustrated old, miserable old man. Just let him sit there and be frustrated day after day at the failures that he perpetrated on this country. Instead of trying to prosecute him and take an 80-year-old man back and forth to court, just leave the guy alone and let him just ride over there in Delaware and let him see America become a great country again. Something that he could have possibly done if he would have been smart enough to do it. That's the best way to get back at Joe Biden. The hell with taking him to court and fighting and trying to get these cases, because it probably end up about nothing anyway. So
right.
I say leave Joe Biden alone and let him ride in Delaware. Now let me say one more thing right quick about this situation with this birthright stuff. Okay, Steve. It's obvious what the deal is. You and I both know that bogus judge out there in Seattle, Washington, she's never going to side with Donald Trump. Trump already knew that when he signed that document that fake judge was going to move it down. And at this point, I have no confidence in the Supreme Court. I thought that they might have been loyal to Donald Trump since he put a couple of them people on the Supreme Court, but I don't even trust those people at this point. They probably would still go against Donald Trump, even the Supreme Court. But I'm just going to be honest with you, Steve. The 14th Amendment, it was written for the slave trades back in the 1800s. There was no such thing as as somebody from Mexico coming to the U.S. and having a baby and trying to have a right to be random. So anybody who says that these people are eligible under that law is stupid and dumb. They're not eligible because the law wasn't written for that. And but a bogus judge, like I said, is paid off by George Soros, and those people are not going to see it that way. So Donald Trump is fighting a losing cause because they want these people to remain in America, and they ought to be ashamed of themselves. Because just because you had a baby in America doesn't make you an American. Let me ask you a question, Steve. If you go to if your wife or whoever family member went to Mexico and had a baby, would that make them a Mexican? Ask these idiots that question. Would they become a Mexican all of a sudden just because she had a baby in Mexico? So it works both ways. So these people are not Americans. Just their mother was illegal. Simple as that. And I thank you for taking my call.
There you go, Eagle. Have a great Friday. Have a good weekend. If we don't talk again, 844-844-3388, about 10 before the hour. With Clear Lines on a Friday morning. We'll be back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, Roki. Yes, Roki, you are correct. I mentioned that when I was talking to Big Ed earlier, that there is actually something known as birth tourism, where individuals travel to the United States to give birth so their child can acquire U.S. citizenship. According to the Center for Immigration Studies, they say somewhere between 36 and 40,000 individuals do this every year. And they'll get right up to that point just a couple weeks from the due date. Come on over and, all right, American citizen. Meanwhile, other industry headlines. A trucking company has sold off a nearly 9-acre trucking lot in New Jersey for a hefty $33 million. Trans-American Trucking Services sold their 8.84 industrial outdoor storage lot for $33.25 million, part of the deal with Oliver Street Capital and Bain Capital Real Estate. According to My Central New Jersey's report, the off-market acquisition presented a unique opportunity to acquire 2 very functional and rare IOS sites along the I-287 corridor. Truck terminals and maintenance facilities rarely become available for lease, and even rarer yet for sale, according to the Vice President of Investments at Oliver Street Capital. This investment is a continuation of Oliver Street Capital's thesis to acquire differentiated, rare, and functional assets to infill locations. Trans-America Trucking Services also has trucking terminals and warehouses in Baltimore, Maryland, and Southampton, New Hampshire. All right, it was this past day, I believe. Yeah, January 23. Trucker Path released their annual ranking of truck stops. Based on their in-app ratings and reviews over the past year, the top honor this year went to the Ohio Turnpike Tiffin River Service Plaza at the 20.8 mile marker eastbound on the Ohio Turnpike. Some of the amenities at this location: 110 truck parking spaces, the Truckers Lounge, complimentary showers, coin-operated laundry facilities, the Touch and Win Ohio Lottery Easy Play gaming terminals. Every day of the year, 24 hours a day, the Ohio Turnpike service plazas are open to give truck drivers the best possible experience on the roads, as the executive director of the Ohio Turnpike and Infrastructure Commission. We are proud the Tiffin River location has been recognized by drivers as the #1 location in the nation for safe, clean facilities and services that truckers value. Other locations, see the overall top 10 truck stops. At number 10, the Loves in Randlet, Oklahoma. The Quick Trip at number 9, Belmont, Wisconsin. Love's Travel Stop in Salina, Utah. Flying J Travel Center in Idaho Falls, Idaho in 7th. Against 6th and 5th, both Quick Trip locations. 6 was Roberts, Wisconsin, followed by Toma, Wisconsin. Number 4, the Rainbow Truckers Lounge, West Wendover, Nevada. At number 3, Truck Stop Sunoco, Grantsville, Maryland. Number 2, Stone's Truck Stop, Watertown, South Dakota. And, of course, the number 1, that Tiffin River Service Plaza in West Unity, Ohio. Now, they break down separately. When it comes to Independence, number 5 was the Rascals ShopRite Travel Plaza, Rayne, Louisiana, followed by the Rainbow Truckers Lounge, West Wendover, Nevada. Number 3, Truck Stop Sunoco, Grantsville, Maryland. Stone's Truck Stop, Watertown, South Dakota. At number 2. All right, and then you had top 5 chain truck stops. 3 out of the 5 were Quick Trips. 1 Love's Travel Stop and a Flying J Travel Center. All right, I'm guessing that must be a pretty nice place. Meanwhile, we close out hour number 2, just like that, indeed, rolling into a casual Friday. And plenty of room for you. Dial us up at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J Truck Stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Newark, New Jersey Mayor Ras Baraka is outraged over today's raid on a business establishment in Newark. The mayor claims that ICE agents detained citizens as well as undocumented immigrants without producing a warrant. Baraka says one of the detainees is a U.S. military veteran who was questioned about the legitimacy of his military papers. He called it an egregious violation of the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution, which protects against unreasonable searches and seizures. The mayor says Newark will not stand by idly while people are being unlawfully terrorized. President Trump says the inflation crisis is the worst in modern history.
He addressed the World Economic Forum virtually as it took place in Switzerland Thursday.
The entire planet will be more peaceful and prosperous as a result of this incredible momentum and what we're doing and going to do.
It marked Trump's first major speech to global economic leaders. Trump placed the blame for rising prices on former President Biden. He also urged businesses to begin producing their products in the U.S. I'm Brian Brian Shook.
President Trump is taking the first trip of his second term this week.
The president is scheduled to visit recent disaster areas in California and North Carolina on Friday. First, he'll be stopping in North Carolina, where Tropical Storm Helene caused billions of dollars worth of damage last September. He'll then head to California to review the damage from the recent Los Angeles area wildfires as the area faces an outbreak of new wildfires. In a Fox News interview that aired Wednesday night, Trump threatened to withhold federal aid to California if its water policies aren't changed. He also criticized FEMA and said he'd rather see the states take care of their own problems. I'm Michael Kastner.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 408 points. The S&P 500 rose by 32 points. The Nasdaq was up 44 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Costco is rejecting any efforts to reduce diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. A conservative activist group recently sent Costco a proposal saying they should conduct an evaluation to see if DEI policies pose any risk to the company. Costco's board of directors voted it down, saying the company will defend as there are nationwide efforts to strike DEI practices. Millions of Americans are dealing with another day of frigid winter weather.
Reporter George Solis says people from the Midwest, East Coast, and down to the Gulf Coast are contending with snow and freezing temperatures.
A winter storm also blamed for 4 deaths across multiple states. 3 major bridges in Jacksonville, Florida closed due to multiple crashes and icy concerns, and hundreds of flights canceled and delayed across the region.
There have been more than 1,000 flight delays announced so far today, along with 500 cancellations. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of people remain without power and a lack of snow removal equipment in southern states where snowfall is rare. This may lead to treacherous road conditions for days. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Mexico is constructing tent shelters at the border to prepare for potential mass deportations.
These shelters will provide temporary housing and support for deported individuals. Multiple reports say President Trump is getting ready to send 10,000 troops to the U.S. southern border. An internal government memo reportedly says the troops will help Border Patrol agents to shut off access to asylum in the U.S. and will use Department of Defense bases to hold migrants awaiting deportation. I'm John Fink.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
right, word is he's being dubbed the Ice Pick Bandit? Yes, indeed. Several times, dating back to 2023. Gotta get this guy. Last Friday morning, 1 week ago today, the 17th, it was Pleasant View, Tennessee. Truck drivers at the truck stop off exit 24, I-24, woke up to an unwelcome surprise. Todd Dills writes for Overdrive.com. He said the Ice Pick Bandit had struck at least 8 trucks and dozens of tires. Jason Parax, president of 15-truck Wisconsin-based Bristol Motor Transport, told Overdrive his driver called him about 6 in the morning, said he had 6 flat tires. All right. He said, because I'm an Overdrive newsletter subscriber, he said, I knew exactly what it was. Because Overdrive's been covering the Ice Pick Bandit going back to 23. He said, I called the repair people and asked, have you got any calls about flat tires? The repair service had not. I said, you're gonna need to take as many tires as you can on your service truck and get over to the truck stop. Likely a wise move by Parox, as a previous Ice Pick Bandit attack on the 12th left drivers in Pinehurst, Georgia, about 400 miles south, stranded for extended periods as the volume of tires that had been stabbed, perhaps as many as 1,000, actually caused a spot tire shortage in the area. Anyway, a Perhawks driver reported the incident to the local police, who confirmed they took 8 reports of truck vandalism on that morning. He said his driver ultimately lost 16 of 18 tires. The replacement job cost him around $7,000. His driver said cops were everywhere that morning. They hit almost every truck. But what was odd was the people that parked there in day cabs, the local guys that parked there, who literally pulled their trucks out and pulled their personal vehicle in. None of those guys got hit. Very strange. Now, Farrak says he was reluctant to even report the attack to insurance, as it could drive rates up. He said, we run that area all the time. And now I'm afraid to run back through with a $7,000 bill for the tires. That truck is now going to have to run 2 months problem-free to make that money back. This incident and another in a parking lot in the aftermath of which the Bristol Motor Transport fleet received a fake certificate of insurance after getting their hood ripped off by a careless driver. He said, this kind of stuff's making me want to just get out of the industry as a whole. I had not caught the scenario, though. Pinehurst, Georgia. So literally hundreds and hundreds of tires stabbed that particular day. Wow. Well, good morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, happy Casual Friday, Your Honor.
Yes.
So do you think there's somebody that doesn't like trucks that's going around trying to deter trucks from wanting to stop at the truck stops or stay at the truck stops?
I mean, I can't help but wonder if it's somebody that maybe drives the truck, because, I mean, who's going to drive 400 miles? You know, if it's probably somebody stopping at these different truck stops just for whatever reason. Why would they do that? Just to be an ass?
Yeah. Well, that'd be the good first point to go to, yes. Yeah, just to be a criminal and just to cause mischief and don't care about other people's stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyways, hey, I didn't know, usually sometime in the winter there, after we've had some cold and stuff, you come across these things that tell you the amount of ice coverage on the Great Lakes and the amount of snow coverage there is across the continental U.S. and how many states have snow on the ground and stuff like that. Have you come across any of those maps at all or looked into any of those statistics?
Not recently.
Okay. Well, I didn't know. Now that we had all this snow down there, down on I-10 and all that, it might be interesting to see how many states actually have snow on the ground at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so I don't know, thought we maybe check on that. But did come across something and kind of always know it's there and kind of try to remember the anniversary. But on the 28th of this month, it'll be the 39th anniversary, the day we lost the Space Shuttle Challenger.
Is that right?
Coming up almost 40 years, 39 years on the 28th. So I don't know, what's today, the 23rd or something? 24th, 23rd,
yeah.
24th, I don't know where we're. Yeah, so sometime next week there we'll be doing that. But just something to keep in the back of your mind. And I don't know, other than that, things are pretty quiet around here. We still got a chilly morning down in the teens, and I'm not sure. I think tomorrow morning's still supposed to be down in the teens, but daytime got up there somewhere around 30. So things are starting to improve a little bit on the cold coming down out of Canada. I think maybe we're getting to the backside of it. But another clear sky here, so no holding back the temperatures at all in the overnight. So. Anyways, but other than that, I guess everything else is pretty quiet there for a casual Friday. Haven't heard much of anything, but didn't really get to see any news or anything, or even turn on the TV yesterday. So don't really know what's going on in the world. But sounds like it's been another interesting day in Washington with President Trump and him keeping going on what his agenda that he told the public that he was running on and what he wanted to do and what the public elected him to do. I think is pretty good that we're getting things done. So it's a nice change in Washington to see that happen. So
I guess one of the big things.
So anyway,
one of the big things he did yesterday is he wasn't there in person. They got that big World Economic Forum thing going on, and I guess he got to give his speech, virtually, and he ripped them a new one.
Well, that's good. Somebody needs to wake them up and make them, realize that they don't just have the cushy places to sit on and nobody to question anything that they do. Sometimes things need to be questioned and see if they really need to be there, or maybe we shouldn't be paying for 90% of it.
Right.
So that's there you go. So it sounds like a good plan. But anyways, so what's on the agenda? You got anything scheduled for the weekend? I mean, you guys going out sledding or snowmobiling, or what do you got, walking across the Ohio River? What do you got going on out there?
We got a puppy veterinary visit later on this morning. I don't know. I think we're going to go over to take the puppy over to let him be introduced to Steven's new puppy later today.
Okay, just watch out for that big canine dog. Don't let the big canine dog out there with the puppies.
We ain't letting him out.
Yeah, that's right. So, well, all right, Your Honor. Yeah, we thought we'd check in there, and as I say, it'd be interesting to see if you got a chance to find any of those maps, if they come up anywhere, that see how much ice we got on the lakes with all this cold, and maybe it'll shut off that lake effect snow machine for a little bit come March and April. Maybe it'll take a little longer. We can get some warm air put in before all that ice decides to sink in the lake. That's pretty crazy. Did you realize that ice sinks on those lakes? It gets waterlogged and it starts to sink before it melts. It's kind of crazy. But anyways, with all that nonsense, I guess we'll let you go on. And what did we say? Casual Friday. Oh, I don't mean to drive naked. Yeah, no.
All right, somewhere down the line, we have to have a discussion. I have questions about what kind of Jedi mind tricks you've been pulling on me.
Oh, what happened now?
You asked me about it this past morning.
All right, yeah, we can discuss that. Yeah, we can discuss that. So.
I'm saying, what the hell? How is that possible?
Yeah, we'll figure that out.
All right. It's not an inside joke, really, but it's just, okay. On a more serious note, 7 police officers in the San Antonio, Texas, shot responding to a call late Wednesday at an apartment complex. San Antonio police chief said the incident happened in the Stone Oak area when officers responded to a suicide in process call that came from a family member of a suspect who was inside an apartment. Just before 9 o'clock p.m., a woman informed officers who arrived at the scene that a man in the apartment was shooting. The suspect then exited his apartment and began firing on the officers. According to News 4 San Antonio, one of the officers was wounded in the leg. Several other officers tried to approach the apartment, were then met with gunfire. 6 other officers were either shot or injured by shrapnel during the shootout. Officers either taken to the hospital or treated at the scene, so no fatalities, thank goodness. The SWAT team swarmed the area once the suspect barricaded himself inside the dwelling. Following the standoff, the suspect was identified as 46-year-old Brandon Scott Paulus. After several hours of negotiation, authorities found him dead inside the apartment from a gunshot wound. Not clear if he was shot by officers or if it was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. They say the suspect was recently arrested for violating a protection order, assault charges, and driving while intoxicated. He was actually out on bond when the shooting occurred. KSAT said this past day that the officers who were shot were recovering from their injuries. One of the apartment complex residents said officials were telling her, stay in the house, lock the doors. I heard lots of noise, and I actually got on the floor and ultimately got in the bathtub. I think that's probably the safest spot to be right now as the gunfire rang out. It is a Friday, and it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The owner-operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Feathers talking about another busy day in D.C. You ain't kidding. It's been a whirlwind of a week, starting with the inauguration Monday. And the official word comes down. We, the United States, will be leaving the World Health Organization on January 22nd of 2026. That, the official word from the United Nations Thursday, after being formally notified of the decision by President Trump, who's accused the agency of mishandling the pandemic and other international health crises. He actually made the move on Monday at one of those executive orders. The World Health Organization said that they regret the move from their top donor country. Now, apparently, Trump must give a one-year notice of U.S. withdrawal from the Geneva-based body and pay Washington's dues under a 1948 joint resolution of the U.S. Congress. The United States, though, is by far the WHO's biggest financial backer, contributing about 18% of the overall funding. The World Health Organization's most recent two-year budget for 24-25 was $6.8 billion. Not immediately clear how much the U.S. owes, but the UN spokesperson says, I can confirm we have now received the United States letter on the WHO withdrawal. It is dated January 22 of 25. It would take effect a year from that date, January 22 of 26. This will likely put at risk programs across the organization, according to several experts inside and outside the WHO. Notably those tackling tuberculosis, as well as HIV, AIDS, and other health emergencies. The withdrawal order signed by Trump said the administration will cease negotiations on the World Health Organization pandemic treaty while this withdrawal is in progress. Government personnel working with the WHO will be recalled and reassigned, and the government will look for partners to take over the necessary World Health Organization activities. This was not unexpected. He took steps to quit the body back in 2020 during his first term before the withdrawal could be completed. Last time, though, Joe Biden won the election and put a stop to that on his first day in office. So you got the WHO, then you've got the World Economic Forum. Trump's speech at the World Economic Forum's annual meeting in Davos this past day slammed the policy failures that the global elites had championed during the Biden administration. The business community often backed radical left priorities that voters rejected in Trump's landslide victory. I've taken rapid action to reverse each and every one of these radical left policies, in particular with immigration, crime, and inflation. I've made it the official policy of the United States. There are two genders. I am pleased to report that America is a free nation once again. On day one, I signed an executive order to stop all government censorship. No longer will our government label the speech of our own citizens as misinformation and disinformation. He actually called out the Bank of America CEO by name and other big banks for debanking conservatives. He said, I hope you start opening your bank to conservatives. Bank of America, they don't take conservative business. You gotta open your banks to conservatives because what you are doing is wrong. He also spoke about tariffs as well as NATO, stating that my message to every business in the world is very simple. Come make your product in America, and we will give you among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth. But if you don't make your product in America, then very simply you will have to pay a tariff. And he also asked NATO nations to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP, up from the current 2% agreement. There you go, 26 past the hour. So we'll get back to the calls coming up here following the news break. We're just over a minute away here on the 24th day of January. Today, what is it? National days today. The National Peanut Butter Day, the National Lobster Thermidor Day, plus National Beer Can Appreciation Day, which I know you and Pup celebrate on a regular basis. Well, thank you, Dingbat. It is National Compliment Day. But most importantly, it is National Talk Like a Grizzled Prospector Day. Okay, what a grizzled prospector. In other words, eat lobster thermidor with peanut butter while we appreciate the beer cans, while we compliment each other, while talking like a prospector. And by the way, also tomorrow is National IV Nurses Day. All right, so happy Friday. Hope you have a great weekend. And, of course, we've got some of the events taking place on this date in history we'll get to coming up a bit later in the program. We'll refocus on, shared a bit last evening on the program, but Freight Waves broke it down. The federal task force working on the truck driver lease purchase task force came out with their final recommendations earlier this week. In case you missed that, again, we'll break it down. First, we get a news update on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Newark, New Jersey Mayor Ras Baraka is outraged over today's raid on a business establishment in Newark. The mayor claims that ICE agents detained citizens as well as undocumented immigrants without producing a warrant. Baraka says one of the detainees is a U.S. military veteran who was questioned about the legitimacy of his military papers. He called it an egregious violation of the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution, which protects against unreasonable searches and seizures. President Trump says the inflation crisis is the worst in modern history.
He addressed the World Economic Forum virtually as it took place in Switzerland Thursday.
The entire planet will be more peaceful and prosperous as a result of this incredible momentum and what we're doing and going to do.
Trump's first major speech to global economic leaders. Trump placed the blame for rising prices on former President Biden. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts need.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Back at it here Friday, TGIF. I see Mark's comment there. What does a prospector sound like? I'll have to see if I can pull up that old bit from Hudson and Landry. I used to play that years and years ago. Kind of like the old time radio's bit. It was called The Prospectors. That'll give you an idea. What's a prospector sound like? Maybe it'll sound a little bit like Knucklebuster.
Probably so, Mr. Steve Summers. Hey, there's gold in them there heels there. Let's go dig it out. Hell, I kind of like talking like a pirate there. Scallywag my timbers there, right?
There you go.
When I said that I like President Trump because it pisses off the people that I don't like, I was not referring to Big Ed. Big Ed's a great guy. He's a prognosticator of prognosticators on college football. And I like his KOA idea, even though I cracked a joke about it, but I still like it. I think it's a good idea, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Smart business sense, right? The ice pick, my truck don't sit long enough to get stabbed in the tires by an ice pick. I wonder if there's a hand on the end of that ice pick.
There is. That's the Ice Pick Bandit.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, talking about the police getting shot at there, they had a couple guys come in there on our yard and start breaking into cars, and when they come out of the office there to confront them, them people breaking into cars just pulled their pistol out and started shooting. Now, you talking about a funny video watching people run. Nobody got hit, though, thank goodness. But it's funny to watch people running when them gunfire shot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they don't need to be shooting at nobody anyway there. So, anyway, and I told you I got a bad sense of humor there, laughing at people getting shot at, right? Well, it's almost the end of January. You better have them IFTA stickers on your truck. I see a bunch of trucks out here running around without them IFTA stickers on. See?
Oh, yeah?
It's a blue one for 2025. Oh, yeah. They still running that 2024 IFTA sticker. So, they better, February 1st coming, you'll get a ticket for it then. So, well, anyway, I just want to make clear that I love Big Ed, and I think he's a great guy. So I hope I didn't start nothing bad by saying that, just, that comment I made there. So y'all leave Big Ed alone there. He's a smart man. That's all my bull on it for today, Steve.
All right. Thank you very much again there, Knuckle Buster. A couple of folks chiming in here. What do we got? Lauren Weiss. I'm pulling out of the Loves in Eagleville, Missouri. There are 6 trucks that are parked with their headlights blaring for all to see. I woke up 3 of the 6 and told them to turn off their headlights. Don't be an a-hole when someone's asking you to have a little courtesy. Yeah, drivers, you are not so worn out after a day of ELD trucking. You can't reach down and turn off your headlights for 10 hours. If you lack the energy to perform this momentary task, you need to see a health professional and get checked out. Signed, the 2-time Hall of Fame champion bull hauler. Another little comment from Roki this Friday morning. The headline from the Daily Mail, transgender inmates panic as Trump's executive order sends them packing to men's prisons. Really? That's a executive order. I did not catch that one. Okay, I knew he said there's 2 genders, but... Hello to Billy. Morning, Mr. Sommers, the overnight drive, folks. Happy Friday. I'm ready for this snow to be gone. 26 degrees, Beulahville, North Carolina. Have a great day. There you go, 844-844-3388. There's Grandpa Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Baby's all home, sleeping like a baby right now.
That's good.
Yep. Man, Steve, remember how they went after General Flynn? Trump picked him to be his national security advisor, and Flynn was coming out really bashing the CIA and some intel agencies on how they're acting, and
he got
so they needed to get Flynn out.
Railroaded. Yes, yes.
And so they had this big powwow up in the White House. How are we going to get him out of here? And it was Vice President at the time, Joe Biden, recommended, now maybe we can go after him over the Logan Act, over that phone call from the Russian diplomat. Remember all that? When they kicked some of the diplomats out. Anyway, it's a long story. But, dude, what they have done to Michael Flynn, right, General Flynn, went after him. That's when it all started. After his family, totally tore that man down. Bongino was talking today about if they didn't go after Trump the way they did after he got out of office, he might have just rode off into the sunset, right? But what they did to him, just like they did to Flynn, he's thinking, man, that was the final straw where he was like, man, we got to put a stop to this. This is absolutely crazy. If we don't, our country's lost. Then he played another video. I guess it was the correspondence. This is way before Trump. It was like a year before Trump was even came out and said he was going to run for office. I think he put out some feelers and was talking about it at the time. This is probably around 2015, maybe, I don't know. But he showed this video of Barack Obama just filleting Trump at this roast. And he was like, I think because he thought maybe Trump was thinking about maybe coming out and running, that he thought he'd come out here and flame and Trump would change his mind.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, man, he poked the bear. He says, you can't poke Trump, man. You're not going to win that fight. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And he put out a list of people that he could thank for Trump winning the election, and Obama was one of them. But man, Steve, he shot across the bow of the globalist here, man. Pulling out of the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum, giving them a fillet.
Yep.
Letting them know, man, hey, we're not standing for it. Steve, what he also needs to do, he needs to defund all these NGOs, that have been financing with our tax money all these border crossings. They have been financing, again, with our tax money, the facilitation of this movement across the whole world into our country. I'm including the Red Cross. Billions of dollars going to these NGOs. They need to put a stop to that. And we were talking about how Biden gave the whole January 6th committee pardons.
Yes.
Steve, I didn't know that. I just heard this the other day. I don't think I talked about it last time I called in, but he gave all the Capitol Police pardons,
Yes,
too.
that's correct. Yep.
What? Not just the committee, anybody that testified, including Capitol Police officers, pardoned. Now, you got to think about that, Steve. What is up with that?
What kind of lies were told during their testimony?
Yes, sir. And that that struck me. You talking about the Capitol Police, I guess, where somebody got a gun inside. Steve, man, unfortunately it can happen because we're only human, man. But they're in a spot where, God, you shouldn't let that happen. I remember going through the police academy, and we started going on searching people, right? How to search females, if there's no female officer able to do it. But so anyway, this is actually in the corrections academy, actually, not the police academy. We did it in both. So they brought some other officers in acting as prisoners and stuffed knives on them and guns on them. And you'd be surprised, Steve, when you put these people up on a wall and you're patting them down, you will miss it. If you're not patting these people down and you're not concentrating on what you are doing, it happened to me. We got a run on some disorderly juveniles up in the trailer park. And these kids were like 16, 17. And I snatched them up, went to put them in the back of my car and patted them down real quick and just threw them in the back of my car. And it was funny. I had to get them all out real quick because we had a guy holding his wife kind of hostage. She got out of the trailer, and when she walked down the steps with her son, she said, "I'm done, I'm leaving." He fired a shotgun up in the air. So I had to get the kids out of the car. So anyway, I'm pulling these kids out of the car. One boy's like 17. He's got a BB gun in the back of his back. I totally missed it.
Wow.
You know, that would have been a bad dude, you know, and a real gun, not some BB gun. You know, I guess he could have put a bullet in the back of my head. So when that happens to you when you're working, it's a good learning experience, man, because you don't let it happen again, right?
Mm-hmm.
But these people just, you know, they do this day in, day out, go through the magnetometers, you know, and they search people. Man, yeah, I'm telling you, it's easy to miss something. I just thought I'd throw that out there, but yeah, man. Then I saw this video from 2019, December 2019. I guess there was a rumor going around that Trump was talking about giving some family members some pardons. Because, Steve, there's no doubt what they not only did it to Trump, what they did to the son Donald Trump. Steve, they said he testified. He had to go up on the Hill and testify. I forget how many times they said it was. But they were messing with his kids, too.
Mm-hmm.
Don Jr. So, in December of 2019, he had Chuck Schumer, right? They got him on video coming out talking about, we can't give blanket pardons. This is unconstitutional, and he's just going off on this rumor that Trump is talking about doing it, and these other government officials are coming out, and the media joined in, and obviously none of that happened. But you didn't hear nothing from these people when Biden does it. Total. It's and I said this before, it's not being hypocritical, it's just that we're in power, we got the power, and you don't. And we don't care what you think or say. We'll lie straight to your face, we don't care. Because they're in power. Well, they don't have the power now, and I gotta disagree with Eagle a little bit, where he just wants to be like, well, it's bygones be bygones, and let old big guy just go float off into the sunset. Let's move on. Nah, sorry, man. Nope. That's always been the Republicans' problem in the past, is that we're in a fight with these Democrats over our country. And make no mistake about it, Steve, a lot of these people hate our country, like the AOC. If you're in a boxing match with somebody and they got gloves on with spikes coming out of their gloves, right? And they're hitting you, man. And you're looking at the ref like, hey, this is illegal, man.
Mm-hmm.
And the ref just throws up his arms like, sorry about your luck, dude. You better fight back. There's no letting up here, Steve. The only way to take this country back, and I'm talking about the far whacked out communist left Democrats, not your JFK Democrats. We need to get every single one of these people out of office. That's all there is to it, man. Because they don't have American values. They want this DEI stuff. They want you to think men can have babies. They want these drag queen shows at elementary schools, which is just unfathomable. That's why we got to get them out of office. And that's why we can't allow what happened to Trump to happen again. If there's been crimes committed by Joe Biden, which there's a lot of evidence saying that there was, involving his family, making millions of dollars off of the big guy being in the Senate all them years, vice president and as president, and that influence. Hey, give me the money, give Hunter the money, you know, I got Dad's ear, you guys need anything? That's what they mean by the influence peddling.
Right.
So this family got millions of dollars, Steve. It's been proven. They got the receipts. And they can't let it go. There needs to be some hearings about this. And I'm telling you, if they find out that this man can have probable cause to do something about it, they need to do something about it. I'm not saying throw his butt in jail. But if we can expose this to the rest of the country and the rest of the world, that some of these non-believers like Sundance might actually see the light one day and realize that they are on the wrong side of America here. We need to get these people out. So that's all I got, brother. I took tomorrow night off. Just needed another day off with everything going on with the baby and everything. Didn't have a chance to get out and do any grocery shopping today.
Right.
So took tomorrow night off. Then kick back, relax a little bit. I appreciate you taking the call, Steve. I appreciate everybody's thanks and prayers for Mercedes while she was having this baby, and everything's going good. There's one tad bit of a little problem. I guess the baby's not hearing in one ear. They did a hearing test today. They said that this isn't not abnormal, that reschedule another appointment here in 2 weeks. And hopefully the hearing's there. So a little concerning, but it's nothing to be totally alarmed about.
Okay.
I guess this happens. So, all right, brother. Appreciate you taking the call, Steve. As soon as I get totally over this thing on his voice, I'll stop by. All right?
Okay. Hey, I look for John Gum posted here a little bit ago that we're going to be warming up above freezing at least this weekend, and we may be looking at maybe 50s next week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Kind of a complete reversal. I'd be looking forward to that. All right, about 7 before the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Rumors. Yeah. Everybody's still playing this, what's the deal with Barack and Michelle Obama? More on that surfacing over the past day. Of course, they've been out of the White House, we know, since 2017. But they've never really been far from the spotlight. And while that might have suited their progressive politics agenda, it hasn't worked out so well when it comes to attention to their private life. And on Wednesday, Washington insider and the former The View co-host, the supposed conservative one, Meghan McCain, actually poured gasoline on rumors that the former first couple are not really a couple at all. And even liberal media outlets are paying attention. Apparently on her podcast, she hosted an interview with Tara Palmieri, a journalist for the news platform Puck. Rampant rumors that the Obamas are already split and on the verge of an official divorce. Now, the liberal website Mediate noted in a report Wednesday, McCain broached the subject by pointing out that the state of the Obamas' marriage was considered shaky by those who should be expected to know. I've been hearing this rumor that the Obamas are getting divorced by reputable people, she says. I'm not talking about TMZ. I'm not talking about Perez Hilton. I'm talking about very serious journalists telling me that they're hearing that the Obama divorce rumors are true. Do you agree with that? Have you heard that? Or do you think it's all garbage? Well, Palmieri said she had indeed heard the same, and the word had been around for a while, but yeah, we've heard that for a long time. Like, I just heard they live separate lives. Like, it's just, yeah, that's just what happened. Yeah, they're kind of like America's sweethearts in a lot of ways. So it would be devastating. Many Americans would probably agree that an official split would be more devastating to the leftist end of the political spectrum than the right. But for American conservatives who've been fed up with both Michelle and Barack since they entered national politics, a divorce between the two would probably be viewed like Henry Kissinger commenting on the Iraq-Iran war of the 1980s, saying it's a pity both sides can't lose. Now, there's certainly reason to believe they aren't as close together physically as most married couples tend to be, with Michelle skipping out on Trump's inauguration, Jimmy Carter's funeral. Yeah, those are the kinds of high-profile event married couples in the political arena attend together. I mean, even outside politics, normal Americans who might be going through a strained moment in their marriage tend to put these differences aside to be a part of major events in their families or social circles, like a funeral, as we know. I mean, last week, maybe a way to try to signal the divorce rumors were false when Barack posted a tribute to Michelle on social media for her birthday, but McCain says she was not swayed. She called the image Obama used a very weird photo. Okay, so we're up against the clock. We'll take care of the news break, but more after this.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Images of illegal migrants being arrested are emerging after ICE carried out raids in multiple U.S. cities.
Border Czar Tom Homan says more than 460 illegal immigrants wanted for criminal offenses were arrested during President Trump's first days in office, with one voter reacting.
I'm not disappointed that they round up people that are here illegally who are criminals, but I don't believe they should round up a 33-year-old mother with 4 kids who's trying to make her life better.
Homan has said the worst will be first, saying a Among those arrested were alleged MS-13 gang members, along with suspected rapists and murderers. Arrests were made across the United States, including states like Maryland, California, Illinois, and New York. I'm Natalie Migliori.
President Trump is defending the near 1,500 pardons given to defendants charged in connection to January 6th.
In an interview with Fox News, Trump said that most of the people were absolutely innocent and that they have, quote, served horribly a long time.
And you know what they were there for? They were protesting the vote because they knew the election was rigged and they were protesting the vote. And that should be allowed to protest a vote.
He went on to add that it would be very, very cumbersome to go through all those charged. When prompted about concerns, some were violent with police officers. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
U.S. Senator Alex Padilla says President Trump is in for a fight if he takes a hard line on immigration in California.
If it's a battle that President Trump wants and the battle that he's going to get from California.
Padilla says California is the most diverse state in the nation and home to more immigrants than any other state. He says the vast majority of immigrants living in California have been doing so for years, working, paying taxes, and raising families. He adds that the Trump administration's depiction of criminals freely flowing over the border is a small number and a problem Democrats agree should be dealt with. Trump and his border czar, Tom Homan, have said mass deportations will begin soon, and officials who aid or encourage illegal immigration will be held accountable to federal law. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven, too. MediShare is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join MediShare, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Spirit Airlines is implementing rules.
Spirit updated its contract of carriage Wednesday, saying passengers will not be allowed to board or will be asked to leave if they have body art that's lewd, obscene, or offensive in nature. That also applies to passengers who are inadequately covered, exposed breasts, buttocks, or other private parts. I'm Brian Shook.
The cold weather blitz continues across New York and New Jersey.
Temperatures are set to drop below freezing tonight. People are seeking relief from the bitter freeze as some of the coldest readings in 2 years linger over the region. It feels like temps have been below 0 degrees at several points this week. New York Governor Kathy Hochul urges residents to wear layers, limit time outside, and use caution with indoor alternative heat sources. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
President Donald Trump's administration is now putting pressure on sanctuary cities like Chicago to cooperate with ICE agents tasked with making mass deportations.
The Department of Justice released a memo yesterday requiring state and local leaders to comply with enforcement or face potential prosecution. Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul says the Constitution forbids such action.
The Department of Justice has just been weaponized to try to do something that district courts have already said violates the 10th Amendment.
Meanwhile, pushback is growing in Chicago's immigration community, with churches and schools no longer off limits to ICE agents.
Perry Williams with that report. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. There we go. Welcome into a Friday. Our number, 844-844-3388. So again, the rest of the story, the federal task force has released their final report on trucking lease purchase programs and recommended to Congress an action proposed at the task force's first meetings back in 23, that being an all-out ban. The 51-page report issued by the FMCSA's Leasing Task Force was sent to Congress and to the U.S. Transportation and Labor Departments last Friday. Created by the DOT to investigate the prevalence of contracts drawn up by trucking companies to purposely take advantage of drivers. The findings are clear. They formed a consensus to recommend that such arrangements whereby a motor carrier controls the work, compensation, and debts of the driver should be prohibited. These programs promote a race to the bottom in driver compensation and treatment, pushing qualified drivers out of the profession. There are no effective checks on these programs or remedies for drivers harmed by them. Litigation, currently the only avenue for relief, can provide some remedy for the drivers involved, but has not led to reform of these programs. Therefore, the Truck Leasing Task Force asserted Congress should ban lease purchase arrangements, irredeemable tools of fraud, driver oppression that threaten a safe national transportation system and diminish the number of truck drivers attracted to and who stay in the industry. I mean, they used pretty strong language there. All right, outside information collected by the group over the course of their 8 meetings told a consistent and increasingly troubling story. Lease purchase programs cause widespread harm without offering any meaningful scale opportunities for truck and small business ownership. So the trucking remedial action, recognizing the difficulty of relying on Congress to prohibit the practice, the task force recommended several other alternative things that could be taken. Topping the list would be maybe congressional oversight, enact whistleblower protection legislation for drivers reporting lease purchase programs to the FMCSA and the Department of Labor. FMCSA oversight, they should mandate that motor carriers and their affiliates offering such programs keep accurate records of the experience of those who signed such agreements, including take-home pay per week, average mileage driven per week, average days on the road per week, and the number of drivers per year entering into the arrangement. You've got Department of Labor enforcement. Conduct targeted audits and enforcement of companies deploying lease purchase programs to ensure compliance with the Department of Labor regulations concerning misclassification and independent contractor status. You could prohibit deceptive practices and require disclosures about lease purchase programs. That would be the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's job. And lastly, state and local law enforcement review the contracts and agreements to determine whether state rules apply to address fraudulent or oppressive contracts. Take any enforcement action necessary under those laws. All those possibilities outside of a congressional intervention. Of course, OOIDA, who was represented on the task force, agrees with the findings and pointed out that they've been concerned with these contracts for decades. As we shared last evening, Todd Spencer says many people are drawn to trucking under the belief that hard work will guarantee success. But these predatory lease purchase agreements prey on that trust, leaving drivers, in the end, financially and emotionally broken. All right, back at it here on a Friday morning. Pup joins us. What's going on, Pup?
Hey, Steve. How you doing this morning?
Well, it's Friday. I guess we're ready for the weekend.
Well, I didn't realize I'm going to get tonight off since it's a national holiday.
The national, what was it, beer can awareness day?
Yeah, isn't that what
Yes.
Big Bat said?
Correct.
Holy smolies. I'll just sit there and look at each one of them as a dead soldier. You know, there's a 10-degree difference between Florence and Lexington. That's not very far. That's only like 60 miles.
Mm-hmm.
It was 27 degrees down there, and I'm coming into Florence now, and I got 17. But no, what I was going to bring to your attention was it was on Sean Hannity's show, his radio show today. He had one of his lawyer guys on there. And did you know that Joe Biden does not need to disclose all the pardons that he handed out?
Really? No, I've never heard such a thing.
Yeah, that took Sean Hannity by surprise, too. But he does not have to disclose that. So before he packed his briefcase up for the other Monday at 11:50, he could have wrote him and Jill a pardon too, and but he doesn't have to disclose it until it's needed.
Wow.
Yeah, that was. I can't remember the guy's name. He's on there quite a bit. He's argued in front of the Supreme Court quite a bit and everything. Seems like a really smart guy. As a matter of fact, Trump's used him and stuff. But, gosh, I wish I could remember his name. But, yeah, that took Sean by surprise.
Was it maybe,
was
it like Judge Napolitano or Dershowitz or...
No, it wasn't Dershowitz. It was that younger guy that has written a few books also.
Okay.
Maybe Jay Sekulow.
Okay.
It's one of those other ones. But, yeah, that took her by surprise. Sounds like you're going to have a pretty relaxing weekend other than letting the puppies play with each other. So, now we're out here listening and cruising along. It was snowing up home. I had an inch and a half before I took off tonight. It was that crystally stuff that makes everything slick.
Yes.
Once I got over to Wapakoneta, I got out of that business. But, no, Steve, you have a good weekend, and make sure you salute our favorite friend there.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Pop.
Bye-bye.
You do the same. Have a good weekend. Looks like we're down to 13 outside the secret. Another cold one out there this morning. Yeah, I'm ready for that warmer air to come. Come on, make your way north. All right. This date in history. Let's see what do we have. January the 24th, 1848. James Marshall finds gold in Sutter's Mill. in Coloma, California, starting the California Gold Rush. I guess that's why this is Talk Like a Prospector Day. Talk Like a Grizzled Prospector Day. This is the date that started the gold rush. Makes sense. 1901, Denmark and the U.S. signed a treaty under which Denmark sells the Danish West Indies to the U.S. for $5 million. But the sale was postponed until 1917, which we now know them as the Virgin Islands. 1935, the first canned beer sold by Kruger's Brewing Company. The first canned beer. They all run together, don't they? And 1984, the Macintosh computer was unveiled by Apple. 1986, Voyager 2 makes its first flyby of Uranus. And finally, I apologize for taking out of order, 1943, Jewish patients, nurses, and doctors was part of a mass incineration at Auschwitz on this date in history. All right, Eagle back on board. Had some comments this morning, and lines available at 844-844-3388.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, shout out to Wheelchair Dave. Sent a couple of emails. Steve, may I please shout out to Brain Dead. The IMSA Rolex 24-hour at Daytona has started races each day in class Uptown 24. Okay, so that's all the message I got there, Dave. And he also said thank you for the rest of the story on the North Georgia water. It was Northwest Georgia last evening. Meanwhile, President Trump on Thursday signing another executive order. This one, another promise he had made to declassify files on the assassinations of former President John F. Kennedy, his brother Robert F. Kennedy, and civil rights icon Martin Luther King Jr. Trump had promised to release the previously classified documents during the campaign. After decades of speculation and conspiracy theories, Trump told reporters as he signed the order in the Oval Office of the White House yesterday, everything will be revealed. Now, going back to his first administration, he had promised to release all the files related to John F. Kennedy, but an undisclosed amount of material remains under wraps. More than 6 decades after he was killed in 1963 in Dallas. Primary suspect Lee Harvey Oswald was killed 2 days later by Jack Ruby. After appeals from the CIA and the FBI, Trump blocked the release of hundreds of records. Trump said at the time the potential harm to the U.S. national security, law enforcement, or foreign affairs was of such gravity that it outweighed the public interest in immediate disclosure. Yesterday's order says, I have now determined that the continued redaction and withholding of information from records pertaining to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy is not consistent with the public interest, and the release of these records is long overdue. And although no act of Congress directs the release of information pertaining to the assassinations of Senator Robert F. Kennedy and Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, I have determined the release of all records in the federal government's possession pertaining to each of those assassinations is also in the public interest. U.S. Representative Anna Pauline Luna praising the declassification, stating our government, led by corrupt bureaucrats, has hidden this information from the American people for far too long. Americans deserve to know the truth, whether it makes the government look good or not. As part of the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, I want to continue to deliver transparency. The truth belongs to the people, and we won't rest until they have it. Trump's promise to also release outstanding documents related to King and former U.S. Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy kind of leaves questions about how the president will speed up the releases. Of course, under the Martin Luther King Jr. Records Collections Act, the remaining files pertaining to King are not due for release until 2027. Of course, fatally shot by James Earl Ray in Memphis, April 4, 1968. The deaths of King and J.F. Kennedy have spawned conspiracy theories over the years, many of which allege government involvement or cover-ups, of course. How long does it take now that it's ordered to release such information? I guess that's the question we'll find out in the coming days. Eagle, welcome back.
Okay. This time, Steve, I'm going to talk about the immigration situation now. I don't know if you've seen the latest video of ICE units in Boston, Massachusetts. They're making a sting operation in Boston, Mass. They got a lot of migrants up in Boston. I haven't been to Boston in a long time. I didn't know they had that many immigrants in that area, but from what it's a sanctuary state, so that's where they head to. So they got this guy, this Haitian guy, that they busted up, and it's all over the internet now. He's inside of a van after they picked him up, and he's talking all kind of trash. He's saying F Donald Trump, and that he is glad that he thanked Joe Biden and Barack Obama for allowing him to come into the country. And that video right there should be on every TV station in America, Steve. That sums it all up right there in the Biden administration, what that guy said, thanking Obama and Biden for allowing him in this country. Neither one of them tried to get those people out. And now Donald Trump is having to go state by state. They've apprehended, I think they said, over 400 or 500 people. And these are not people that were looking for work, Steve. These are child molesters, rapists, drug dealers, the worst of the worst that are in this country, in every city and state in this country. And the ICE units got to go door to door and schools, churches, all looking for these individuals that shouldn't have never got in to begin with. It's really a sad situation that's going on, you know, with how many people lives have been lost, you know, innocent lives from Americans that have been lost, and you know, all the money that's been spent on these people. It's really a shame what Biden and Harris did, and the scary part about it is, Steve, is that she almost got in the White House, and we would have, God knows what would have happened if Kamala would have got in the White House. It would have been another 4 years of just a wide open border, and no telling how many people coming in. Luckily, what Trump is doing, yeah, he's not making very many friends. You know, they got videos of people crying on the Mexican side of the border. There's caravans. They already know Trump is here. I seen on video today, Steve, they got a caravan headed to the United States for now, and they know damn well that Trump is in the White House, and there's no way they can get in the border, but yet they still trying to make their way to the U.S. It's a sad scenario, but we can't let these people in unless they come in the right way. Now, one thing that I think that the United States needs to do, Steve, is Trump or somebody needs to try to expedite the system to speed up the process of trying to make people eligible to get into the U.S. It shouldn't take 4 or 5 years to try to do the paperwork and try to get a man in the country. They need to try to expedite this process and get these people in within 30 to 60 days, or maybe, you know, something like that. So, man, because there are some good people out there that want to work and they want to take care of their families, and they should be allowed to come into the U.S. if they can prove, you know, work for 2 years or more and show that they are a good citizen. Then they should be granted citizenship to become an American. Everybody deserves the opportunity to better their life, but you have to come in the right way. Like Trump said, we have to know who you are. We can't just allow people to cross the border and start working. We don't know who this man is. We don't know what his past is. We got to check. After we verify and check these people out, Steve, they should be allowed to come in and work a job and to provide for their family, because there's no jobs in the country that they're coming from. We have to be civilized about this situation, but we have to get the bad people out, and that's exactly what Donald Trump and Tom Homan are doing. If you look at the videos, they are taking out MS-13 gang members, cartel people, the whole deal. They from the video I seen on Fox News, they are getting these people out of here and taking them to the processing area and trying to process them out of the United States. And that's a good thing, because these are the worst of the worst people. Like Trump said a long time ago, Steve, Venezuela emptied out their prisons, and a lot of those individuals made their way to the United States. So now it's up to ICE units. And, you know, one thing before I hang up with you, Steve, these people, these governors and these mayors of these bogus sanctuary states, these blue states that want to try to interfere with Homan in his process of doing what they're doing, these people need to be placed under arrest or either placed out of power. Because why would you want to stop Tom Homan from getting somebody out of your community that's a bad guy? What are these people thinking about? So it's obvious he don't care about the people that he represents. So if that's the case, then he needs to be out of a job. Yeah. And we can't play games with these people, because we already know Donald Trump's not going to play games with them. So Trump is doing what he got to do, and hopefully he can make this process as easily as possible and get these people out of the country. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Have a good weekend. You got it.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 49. The motion passes.
President Trump's pick for Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has advanced for the Senate confirmation. The Senate voted largely along party lines to advance Hegseth with a final vote of 51 to 49. President Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship has been temporarily blocked by a federal judge in Seattle.
The judge ruled the lawsuit by Washington, Oregon, Illinois, and Arizona would likely prevail. Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown said the unconstitutional and un-American executive order will hopefully never take effect. I'm Brad Ford.
Firefighters say they're getting the upper hand on the Hughes fire in the mountains north of L.A. The wildfire began yesterday near the town of Castaic and spread over 10,000 acres, putting more than 30,000 people under evacuation orders. At last check, the fire is 14% contained. From America's News Network, you're listening to USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, tariffs. Another big topic of discussion. What do our friends to the north say? Freight waves this past day, breaking down the Canadian, Mexican, the Chinese response. I know he's supposed to be the exiting Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, who had said if Donald Trump levies 25% tariffs on goods from Canada, that his country could impose counter tariffs. I support the principle of dollar for dollar matching tariffs. If something that we are absolutely going to be looking at is that how they're going to move forward. He was speaking at a news conference in Quebec, apparently, on Tuesday. Trump told reporters he's considering hitting China with an additional 10% tariff on certain goods for shipping fentanyl to the U.S. Yeah, the base materials, right? Also threatening the European Union with tariffs over the U.S. trade deficit with countries there. He used Truth Social Wednesday to threaten tariffs on Russia if Vladimir Putin doesn't end the Ukraine war. So starting with Canada, stated during an interview with the media in the Oval Office, he's indeed considering that 25% tariff on imports from Canada and Mexico because they're allowing vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in. He went on to say, I think we'll do it February 1. Trudeau said he's prepared to launch counter tariffs if Trump makes good on those threats, but said he would rather work with U.S. officials to avoid a trade war. We know if the United States is going to see an increase in jobs, manufacturing, and economic growth, they're going to require more energy, more inputs, everything from lumber and concrete to steel and aluminum to critical minerals that are essential ingredients in the economy of the future. Other Canadian officials think a trade war involving tariffs between Canada and the U.S. is inevitable. Ontario's Premier Doug Ford said Trump has declared an economic war on Canada. We're going to use every tool in our box to defend our country. South of the border, Trump said the same, 25% tariff on goods entering the U.S. from Mexico to slow illegal migration and drugs. Mexico's president said officials need to keep cool heads in response to this threat. She also said tariffs would violate the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement that was signed by Trump in 2020. We're already in communication to start bilateral talks. That's essential, especially with the arrival of President Trump, to establish all communication, respectful dialogue between our countries. That's why I say we have to remain calm, have a cool head, acting step by step. So at this moment, what President Trump signed is that the trade agreement continues, and they must open consultations for the review that will be done in 2026. That was her speaking at a morning press conference on Tuesday. China, lastly, during his first term as president, Trump imposed tariffs on thousands of China-made products valued at $380 billion in 2018 and 19. In response, China imposed retaliatory tariffs on many U.S. exports, including a wide range of agricultural and food products. The Biden administration actually kept most of the Trump tariffs in place in regards to China. Back last May, Biden actually announced tariff increases on an additional $18 billion of Chinese goods, including semiconductors, electric vehicles. Now Trump's threatening to impose an additional 10% tariff on all Chinese goods entering the U.S., based on the fact they're sending fentanyl to Mexico and Canada. Officials in China have not directly addressed Trump's new tariff threats, but said there are no winners in a global trade war. Admittedly, economic globalization will bring some tension and disagreements on distribution. These issues can only be resolved in the process of promoting economic globalization. Protectionism leads nowhere, according to Chinese Vice Premier earlier this week, as he was speaking at the World Economic Forum there in Davos. Tariffs, that's the talk, but talking tough, right? 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. What you were talking about, real quick before I forget, is your son getting healed up okay from his injury he had there when the dog I guess knocked him down or whatever.
At last check, I think he's supposed to go back to full duty next month. I'm going to be talking with him later today. I'll see where things stand. But
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, when my grandson's dog attacked me, he didn't just bite me. He literally went into full attack mode, and I still can't figure that one out. And apparently they're having problems all around, with a lot of the sentry dogs, and one thing within the armed services that they were kind of attacking handlers, getting very territorial. And I don't know if it has anything to do with this avian flu or not, but supposedly someone in USDA modified the avian flu virus, and that's where they come up with the highly pathogenic thing, and it's a smart virus that every medication they use, it adapts and basically learns how to defeat the antibiotics. So, and the research was supposedly done out of Georgia. And I don't know a lot about it. I just heard just a little blurb here and there, and it's like, why in the world would anybody in USDA try to do something like that, considering how critical the poultry industry is to basically the whole U.S. economy? So I don't know, but I do know that they've had some dog food recalls because the avian flu, this highly pathogenic avian flu, showed up in some of the dog food, and they were wondering how that could be, because when you make animal feed, lots of times they use like poultry byproducts to make the dog food, but the wild birds, migratory birds and everything, and even the starlings or the blackbirds, they carry all kinds of viruses and stuff. So if somebody is not keeping their meal clean, and there's a whole procedure that goes with that, it's supposed to disinfect all the equipment every so often and test it to make sure it doesn't have salmonella and staph in it. That's the big thing. So I'm sorry to say, but the good manufacturing practices seems to have went by the wayside in a lot of the food and feed industry. So that's not helping the whole situation. And then again, you're talking about immigration. There are a lot of people from other countries that are coming here that work in those industries. And Cargill at one time used to have a woman that went down to the Mexican border there to specifically bring people into the United States to work for them. And I'm sure she's retired by now, because life's kind of passing me by too. So a lot of the people that I knew way back when or knew of, I'm sure they've moved on too, or someone else has taken their place. But it just amazes me that in this country we would even be experimenting with these viruses, or making them, whatever you want to call it, smart viruses to defeat the stuff that we have against it. But that was really, it just really kind of amazed me. And like I said, of course, we had to put Hank, that was a dog's name, down, and it was kind of amazing, because I had messed with him since he was a pup, and he was very responsive to me and everything else, and exactly what caused him to do that. And right before he did that, you have been putting out these water and feed bowls, and I could do a lot of things with him. So whatever caused him to do that, he did that. But they kind of had to give up on me on my therapy. They tried hard. It was kind of interesting meeting those young kids learning to be physical therapists and occupational therapists, because the place I went, they had a lot of the students there that was on that like student work visa, or not, I shouldn't say work visa, but the work study programs that they have on the student grants and all that stuff. But my right hand's a little bit stiffer than it should be, and can't really grip the way I should. But anyway, it's like I said, at my age, it's really not that big a deal. they did 2 surgeries on me to remove the scar tissue, and I said, no, we're not doing any more. It kind of, doctor, he wasn't too happy about that, and oddly enough, he was from Philadelphia, and he was kind of, you talk about all these football things. He was, of course, for the Eagles, but he was kind of excited about the fact he was going back for his father's birthday, I think. Last week, he said he's going to be 85 years old, his father. And it's like, Doc, I'm not much younger than your dad there. And taking all these, when you go into surgery, they give you all these anesthetics and everything else. And it's like, at my age, I just don't want to take that risk. I'll figure out something with my hand. But, when you go in there and as you get older, your surgeries aren't a little bit riskier, I guess the best way to put it. So I just, I'll just forego that. I can live with this. But anyway, enough about that. But you were talking about this immigration and stuff, and the birthright citizenship or anchor babies or golden babies, whatever you want to call them. The key phrase in that, I think it's the 14th Amendment, is subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And it's been a while since I've messed with those immigration study groups that were doing all that, like FAIR and things of that nature. And that's the whole point of that, because if you look at what's going on right now, the people that are being brought in every different companies, whether it's truck drivers or whatever, or even college graduates that get out, they do not have to pay the same taxes as American citizens. So if they're not paying the same taxes as the American citizens, is there anything more subject to the jurisdiction than the taxing power? So if they're not paying equal taxes and they get a break on taxes, like I think if you go back to your native country for 60 days or something like that, you don't have to pay American income taxes. A lot of them don't have to pay the Social Security taxes, which means that the employer doesn't have to pay the matching Social Security taxes. So it's like, okay, how do you want it? Do you want to have to bring all these people up to equal taxing, or do you want to say, no, they're not subject to the jurisdiction thereof? I imagine either one of them would pretty well put the kibosh to these companies bringing cheap labor into this country. I may be wrong, but and why? And I'm glad to see the Trump administration is keying on that, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So there has to be some equality there, and then after that, we will see what happens. But on the bigger picture of things, I didn't vote for Trump for him to start, I don't want to say wars, but that's the only term I can think of right now, but conflicts with our friends, Mexico and Canada. Because in Canada, that they're going to be suffering the same thing we are, and what they call the NORAD people, the North American Defense, with Russia trying to grab territory there in the Arctic Ocean and the Beaufort Sea and all that, going across because that's melting up there, and Russia's trying to claim like minerals and stuff up there in that area. And so they have to transit through by Alaska and by Canada, and that's where they're getting into that argument about Greenland and everything. And we've protected Greenland for years. So exactly why Trump jumped in there and said, he wanted to take over Greenland by force, it's like, where are you coming from, guy? We should be cooperating with those people. And the same thing goes like with Mexico down there. We've poured, I don't know how much money into Latin America, trying to help those economies develop themselves, but they never do it. It goes into the hands of corrupt officials down there, and we had a hand in creating some of those corrupt officials. And one that comes to mind real quick was none other than Noriega. And before Carter gave back the Panama Canal down there, the Panamanian Defense Forces and the American forces that were stationed there were almost at war. If you go back and look at that, the Panamanian Defense Forces were quite often attacking the American forces. And not only Carter, but administrations before him tried to keep those conflicts quiet. And so now, talking about going down there and taking the Panama Canal back by force, I don't see where Trump's coming from. But by the same token, talking about Russia and Ukraine, well, Russia is also supporting Venezuela. And Venezuela is trying to take over Guyana because there's oil deposits there. So that's where we should be putting our forces, our efforts towards, is making sure that we get rid of the current administration in Venezuela, because I believe Maduro's been voted out twice, but just refuses to leave. Mm-hmm. So that was the reason that I voted for Trump, was to let's solidify the North American or the American continent there. In accordance with the Monroe Doctrine, it was to go around picking fights with people that we have friends with. And Canada, I believe, we're talking about like the Keystone Pipeline. And I was thinking whenever Sarah Palin was governor that she did some type of a deal with Canada for the natural gas coming out of Alaska to transit through Canada. And the other thing is, you remember the uranium deal that the Clintons did?
Oh, yeah.
To wind up. So, Canada actually owns a lot of our uranium deposits. And Canada also has a large lithium deposit. So I can't really figure out where Trump's coming from. So the whole thing, he's kind of a little bit too confrontational, but he's confrontational with our friends, and I'm having a hard time understanding that. So hopefully someone will bend his ear and say, let's take care of it. Let's solidify our friendship and take care of our enemies, instead of just fighting amongst ourselves. But the one thing that I wanted to mention about was the virus research. When RFK Jr. comes in, I hope that they find out every agency within the government that's doing any virus research, and make sure I should have forgot what they call it, but the enhanced capabilities,
the gain of function,
of viruses there.
The gain of function research, yes. And a matter of fact, that's probably going to be an executive. It may even be today. The Trump administration is preparing an executive order that will stop federal funding of gain of function research. According to the Wall Street Journal yesterday, gain of function, the controversial area of virus-related research, it's been widely debated since the COVID pandemic. This research modifies a virus to increase its transmissibility, its virulence, or ability to evade the immune system. Essentially, it makes the virus more dangerous and deadly than in its natural state. Most would say gain-of-function research is nothing more than biowarfare research. Scientists in favor of this kind of research argue it can provide crucial insights into how viruses evolve and spread. Either way, according to the journal, people familiar with the matter said the goal of the executive action would be to prevent U.S.-funded scientists from conducting gain-of-function research on viruses that could threaten human health. There's also a possibility that H5N1, or the bird flu as we know it, could be exempt from the order. Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky and other Republicans have been critical of gain-of-function research. They claim COVID-19 is the product of it, leaking from the lab in Wuhan. Of course, Rand Paul accused Dr. Fauci of knowingly funding that gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab with federal funds. And of course, there's a reason Dr. Fauci was among those who got a preemptive blanket pardon. Yeah, the origin of COVID still, according to officials, undetermined. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence in 2021 released a declassified report asserting that they could not conclusively prove the origins one way or the other. Was it the meat market? Yeah, was it the lab just a few blocks away? At this point, though, they say the president has not finalized that particular executive action, but gain-of-function research. What is the purpose of making a virus more deadly, more dangerous, more transmissible, more able to evade our immune systems? It's almost like you're trying to play God. And one simple leak, and I firmly believe that's what happened there in Wuhan. Because we can go back and rehash what happened, how everything was under a blanket of silence, but that the military showing up at that lab and some of the doctors that they were finding deceased who were associated, it all points that direction. But I'm on the outside, right? News break about a minute away. Got the full final hour coming our way here on a Friday morning. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. And coming up, Vic also just brought up there, and we're hearing this in some of the news updates. How is the bird flu finding its way into pet foods in numerous states? The headline is, "Protect Your Pets Against Bird Flu." Several cats have fallen ill and died after contacting the H5N1. So more on that as well. All just ahead. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Images of illegal migrants being arrested are emerging after ICE carried out raids in multiple U.S. cities.
Border Czar Tom Homan says more than 460 illegal immigrants wanted for criminal offenses were arrested during President Trump's first days in office, with one voter reacting.
I'm not disappointed that they round up people that are here illegally who are criminals, but I don't believe they should round up 33-year-old mother with 4 kids who's trying to make her life better.
Homan has said the worst will be first, saying among those arrested were alleged MS-13 gang members along with suspected rapists and murderers. Arrests were made across the United States, including states like Maryland, California, Illinois, and New York. I'm Natalie Migliori.
President Trump is defending the near 1,500 pardons given to defendants charged in connection to January 6th.
In an interview with Fox News, Trump said that most of the people were absolutely innocent and that they have, quote, served horribly a long time.
And you know what they were there for? They were protesting the vote because they knew the election was rigged and they were protesting the vote. And that should be allowed to protest a vote.
He went on to add that it would be very, very cumbersome to go through all those charged. When prompted about concerns, some were violent with police officers. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
U.S. Senator Alex Padilla says President Trump is in for a fight if he takes a hard line on immigration in California.
If it's a battle that President Trump wants and the battle that he's going to get from California.
Padilla says California is the most diverse state in the nation and home to more immigrants than any other state. He says the vast majority of immigrants living in California have been doing so for years, working, paying taxes, and raising families. He adds that the Trump administration's depiction of criminals freely flowing over the border is a small number and a problem Democrats agree should be dealt with. Trump and his border czar, Tom Homan, have said mass deportations will begin soon, and officials who aid or encourage illegal immigration will be held accountable to federal law. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven, too. MediShare is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join MediShare, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Spirit Airlines is implementing rules.
Spirit updated its contract of carriage Wednesday, saying passengers will not be allowed to board or will be asked to leave if they have body art that's lewd, obscene, or offensive in nature. That also applies to passengers who are inadequately covered, exposed breasts, buttocks, or other private parts. I'm Brian Shook.
The cold weather blitz continues across New York and New Jersey.
Temperatures are set to drop below freezing tonight. People are seeking relief from the bitter freeze as some of the coldest readings in 2 years linger over the region. It feels like temps have been below 0 degrees at several points this week. New York Governor Kathy Hochul urges residents to wear layers, limit time outside, and use caution with indoor alternative heat sources. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
President Donald Trump's administration is now putting pressure on sanctuary cities like Chicago to cooperate with ICE agents tasked with making mass deportations.
The Department of Justice released a memo yesterday requiring state and local leaders to comply with enforcement or face potential prosecution. Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul says the Constitution forbids such action.
The Department of Justice has just been weaponized to try to do something that district courts have already said violates the 10th Amendment.
Meanwhile, pushback is growing in Chicago's immigration community, with churches and schools no longer off limits to ICE agents.
Perry Williams with that report. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who's listening needs to take care as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, Zeke. Yeah, Rafe? You're sitting on a diamondback rattlesnake. Plumb on him? Smack dab right on him. Well, don't worry about it. I ain't gonna hurt him none. Yes, old Floyd. Oh, I better get off him then. I'm sorry, Floyd. Don't go getting all sentimental now, Floyd. Just go curl up somewhere. Boy, I couldn't live like that. That Floyd's a good old snake-o, you know? Yeah. When he goes, I'm gonna make a wallet out of him. You don't do what? I'm gonna make a wallet out of him. That's what I thought you'd say. Dirty, side-winding, no-account claim jumping. You struck it rich, didn't you? No. You hit the mother lode? No. You found some gold dust? No. You're holding out on me? No. That's the reason you need the wallet. No, I ain't either. I ain't found no dust. I ain't, I swear. Well, just look down the barrel of old Betsy here and tell me that. Put that down. We ain't had no bullets in over 20 years. Besides, I'm your partner. I wouldn't cross you. You better not. I hope to spit in your mess kit. Oh, sorry, Floyd. Boy, I couldn't live like that. Boy, you better never steal from me, Zeke. You better never get into my bag. No. You know what it says in the Bible? What does it say? Thou shalt not steal. Yeah, I ain't gonna steal. By the way, where's the Bible? You know where the Bible is as well as I do. Where? We smoked it. Boy, this coffee sure is getting cold. Yeah. Well, the fire went out. When? Monday. This week? Yeah. Hey, what's old Floyd doing over there? Oh, don't pay him no mind. He's eating a gopher. Boy, I couldn't live like that. There goes that fireman again. Yeah. The other one will be starting in soon. No, he won't neither. How's that? Floyd ate him. Well, I couldn't live like that. You know, Zeke, you're getting powerful gamey. How long has it been since you've been down the creek and took yourself a good bath? You're getting to sound like old Farley. He was a fiend for that. Wasn't nothing for him to go out and take 2-3 baths a year. Yeah, old Farley, huh? Yeah. Almost forgot Farley. I told him not to tease Floyd when he was eating. We're gonna have to bury him. Yeah, we keep putting it off. Ever occur to you might be old Farley who's getting gamey? Boy, you'll do anything to get out of that bath, won't you? You know, Rafe, I was just sitting there thinking. Yeah? How long has it been since since we've seen a woman. I mean a real live, genuine woman. Oh, yeah.
Oh, gosh, say. Oh, God. Gotta be 25 years.
That long.
Yeah, down in Central City at the picture show. Betty Grable.
Oh, yeah. And this city slicker, he is out there chasing her. Remember that?
Boy, I bet she had perfume all over her, don't you suppose?
Boy, he sure acted that way, didn't he?
Oh, boy, he sure made a fool of himself, didn't he?
Yeah. Boy, I couldn't live like that.
All righty, definitely going back to the archives there, but oh, I couldn't live like that. That, my friend, is what a prospector talks like. Hudson and Landry, a.k.a. the Prospectors. Because it's Talk Like a Prospector Day. I don't think I can talk like that. All right, final hour off and rolling here. 844-844-3388. All right, so we know the threat of a longshore strike has passed on the East and Gulf Coast ports. It's gone. And according to FreightWaves, the Trans-Pacific Ocean container rates to the United States have leveled out for now. They were doing a lot of what they call front-loading ahead of a possible strike here in January that had helped keep North American container rates elevated into November. But we're no longer the driver of rates as the deadline for the strike got closer. The Baltic Index found Asia to U.S. West Coast rates stayed level at $5,924 per 40-foot equivalent unit. There was similar stability in the Asia to Europe Mediterranean lanes. For the Asia to Europe and Mediterranean shippers, what is known as the Lunar New Year demand started earlier than usual due to longer lead times from the Red Sea diversions. Rates that had increased about 60% from early November into December to about $5,500 per FEU level have been stable since then. Reports of some carriers planning to lower prices to about $4,000 per FEU suggest an unusually early end to the Lunar New Year rush and low expectations for the not uncommon upward pressure on rates just after that holiday. That's the Chinese New Year, when many of the factories shutter operations. Everything, for all practical purposes, comes to a halt as far as anything moving out of China. All right, so we mentioned, yes, the H5N1, the bird flu, and your pet safety, and concerns now about pet food. According to an infectious disease expert of the University of California, Davis School of Veterinary Medicine, obviously they've been telling us for months, warning that consuming raw milk or meat, even if it's in the form of pet food, can be hazardous. The Food and Drug Administration recently issued a requirement that manufacturers of cat and dog food review their food safety plans to include a proper processing of their products to prevent the hazards of bird flu. We encourage consumers carefully consider the risk of this emerging pathogen before feeding their pets any uncooked meat or uncooked pet food product. Now, in the meantime, veterinarians recommend sticking to conventional pet food that's been heated, canned, and pasteurized to neutralize the virus. Pet owners should try and supervise their cats on the prowl, discourage them from catching and eating birds outdoors. But symptoms in cats would be lethargy, runny nose, a discharge around the eyes. Upper respiratory illnesses in cats are pretty common, but the bird flu is still rare. Symptoms like dizziness, seizures, but rabies can also cause those signs. Make sure your cat's up to date on their vaccinations. The American Veterinary Association says that so far there have been no cat-to-human transmission, but they're not ruling out that possibility. Psych says the virus, since viruses mutate, there's still a chance this particular strain can adapt to spreading to humans. Now, when it comes to dogs, they say that dogs are also vulnerable to bird flu infections. They tend to be milder in dogs versus in cats. Other mammals, large cats, foxes, possums, can also become infected. However, domestic cats are the third most common detection of H5N in non-farm animals in the country, right behind foxes and mice. In the meantime, we are discouraging pet owners from feeding raw food and unpasteurized milk to their domestic animals, while feeding raw food to pets is more of a growing, popular trend. Veterinary experts say there's no nutritional advantage to this, and the risks of raw food far outweigh the potential benefits. So watching out for the pets. Updates on, let's take a look out west, the wildfires. The Hughes fire, which as of Thursday evening, containment was up to 36%. More than 10,396 acres have burned. That's the blaze that just started. They're about midday Wednesday. Rapid spread. L.A. County has issued evacuation for orders for areas around Castaic Lake. They give all the areas that are under orders. Ventura County, which has issued an evacuation order west of Interstate 5, had lifted evacuation orders and warnings earlier on Thursday. However, the Lake Piru recreation area is closed until further notice. Other fires that continue to burn, the Laguna fire burned about 94 acres. That one 70% contained as of Thursday night. I think that was a new one that actually started late Wednesday or early Thursday. The Palisades fire, the one that they've been battling most of the month, containment now at 75% as of Thursday afternoon. That blaze burning more than 23,400 acres. Officials have confirmed 6,770 structures destroyed, another 904 damage, 11 dead from the Palisades fire alone. That's confirmed. Some of the mandatory evacuation zones have been reopened to residents. They do say residents have to bring a valid photo ID that shows their name, photo, physical address, like a driver's license. Most of Pacific Palisades and parts of communities including Malibu, Brentwood, and Topanga are still under evacuation orders as of Tuesday. Lastly, it was the Eaton fire. 95% contained as of 7 o'clock Wednesday evening. 9,418 structures destroyed, another 1,073 damaged. Official death toll 17 from that particular blaze. And the good news there was all evacuations have been lifted. All right. Yeah, the fire season in Southern California just refuses to quit. Even with some rain on the horizon, hundreds of weary firefighters continue battling multiple fires in the hills around Los Angeles and Ventura counties. 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
So obviously hearing about the raids that have been taking place, that is FBI raids. Let me start with Tom Homan, the border czar. Via Fox News this past day, he stated deportation operations have begun in sanctuary cities. Interviewed by Will Kane, Kane said, on the other hand, Tom, in order to enforce this bill or any other ICE or Border Patrol measures, you're going to have to deal with sanctuary cities like Chicago. What are you going to do in those cities? To which Homan replies, well, President Trump's going to take action on them, and like he did the last administration, we got to remove federal funding from them. Why are we giving them funding, SCAT funding, and other law enforcement funding when we're not performing the law enforcement duties with ICE? It's about public safety. And you are right, Laken Riley's killer, he was arrested in New York on a child endangerment charge. If New York City was not a sanctuary city, ICE would have taken him into custody. He would have been gone. All right, let's see. I'll let President Trump take action on him through the Department of Justice, but we are going to go to sanctuary cities. We're actually in sanctuary cities right now. Sanctuary city jails right now. But what sanctuary city jurisdictions are causing is an officer safety crisis. Instead of ICE officers arresting the bad guy in the safety and security of the jail, where we know they won't have weapons, these sanctuary cities are releasing that public safety threat back into the community. And now you're putting the bad guy back in the community. Now the public's at greater risk of crime. My agents are at greater risk of harm. And the alien's at greater risk. Arresting an alien in a jail is safe. Everything's controlled. But out on the street, anything can happen. So it's even safer for the alien to be put into custody of ICE in jail. These sanctuary cities make it less efficient and more dangerous, but that is not going to stop us. We're hitting every sanctuary city right now. And Kane said right now. You're hitting cities like Chicago. And he said right now. One of those raids this past day, Knucklebuster just sent this my way a few minutes ago. FBI agents raiding the law offices of immigration lawyer and Central Falls Municipal Court Judge Joseph Molina Flynn in Providence, Rhode Island, Thursday. Although the reason has not been disclosed, an FBI spokesperson confirmed that a court authorized the raid. It declined to comment further. Molina Flynn's office remained silent about the raid, declining to answer calls and emails. Local news reported a warrant was executed at the office. Video of the warrant execution showed a line of black SUVs outside the building, agents walking into the building, walking out with boxes. The station also reported that two sources familiar with the matter claimed the investigation into Molina Flynn actually started before Donald Trump returned to the White House this week. The law firm states on their website that they were founded in 2015. They focus on immigration, family, and criminal matters. The site also notes that the judge was born in Medellin, Colombia, arrived in the U.S. when he was 9 years old on a tourist visa. He remained in the country and lived undocumented for 15 years before obtaining lawful permanent resident status. Molina Flynn attended Johnson and Wales University, then went on to the University of Michigan Law School in Ann Arbor. U.S. Attorney's Office in Rhode Island told Fox, "Thanks for reaching out. Our office does not comment on media reporting." But either way, yesterday, Molina Flynn resigned from his position as the municipal court judge for the city of Central Falls, a job he was appointed to in 2021. Resignation was announced by the Central Falls mayor shortly after news of that raid broke. I was deeply concerned to see the reports of an FBI search at the law office of Joseph Molina Flynn, according to, I guess that was the mayor. And as the Central Falls community knows, transparency and accountability are priorities of mine in an effort to uphold the integrity and focus of the municipal court. Judge Molina Flynn has officially resigned his position, obviously dealing with immigration issues there. So more on that probably in the coming days. Steve in Columbus, how you been? Good morning, Steve Sommers. All the listeners, best day of the week is here. Looking forward to a nice, relaxing weekend with no plans. The coffee's hot, the car's ready to go. All right, let's head into town, see what the day brings us. Still a cold one out there. Everybody enjoy the day and enjoy your weekend. All right, you do the same there. Good to hear from you, Steve. All right, so news break, and we'll get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. If you'd like to jump on board the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 49. The motion passes.
President Trump's pick for Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has advanced for the Senate confirmation. The Senate voted largely along party lines to advance Hegseth with a final vote of 51-49. President Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship has been temporarily blocked by a federal judge in Seattle.
The judge ruled the lawsuit by Washington, Oregon, Illinois, and Arizona would likely prevail. Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown said the unconstitutional and un-American executive order will hopefully never take effect. I'm Brad Ford.
Firefighters say they're getting the upper hand on the Hughes fire in the mountains north of L.A. The wildfire began yesterday near the town of Castaic and spread over 10,000 acres, putting more than 30,000 people under evacuation orders. At last check, the fire is 14% contained. From America's News Network, you're listening to USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, good morning to Rick there in Columbus. Rounding third, headed for home, right? Rick, enjoy your weekend. Hello to Truck and Phil. Short and sweet this casual Friday. Happy casual Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. 11 degrees. Fort Wayne. And a big shout out to the great Knucklebuster. Roll on. Have a great weekend from Truck and Phil. There you go. Semper Fi. Speaking of Semper Fi, Knucklebuster.
Semper Fi, back to Truck and Phil, and Mr. Steve Sommers too there. Y'all buy some Staybill products, buy you some Hot Shot Secret products, and especially some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products there, because Steve needs to buy a 12-pack of Skull Busters and a whole bottle of aspirin after putting up with us all week, right?
Right?
Yeah, I know that's right there. Well, I hope Truck and Phil has a great day up there in the frozen tundra. Oh, wait a minute. He's not the only one in the frozen tundra. We are down here too, Steve. I'm 30 degrees down here south of Dallas, headed for Waco. So,
wow.
Man, I'm thinking, yep, that's kind of cool. But I was talking to Tennessee this afternoon there, and I told her winter's about over for us, according to AccuWeather. We got some rainy days, but we don't have any snow or ice days in the 45-day forecast. And I made sure to tell her, anything over 7 days ain't real accurate anyway, right? Well, I don't know. That judge up there, he's I don't know what all they've got on him, but it must not be good to go ahead and just resign since they raided you off.
Right. Something sound kind of right. Pappy said it sounded like that maybe he had an off-the-record cash flow, or maybe he was engaging in bribery. Who knows?
Oh, yeah. Who knows? Well, a lot of money goes up underneath that desk there. Well, that's why they opened it up where you go into churches, and that's what I think, and to school. They're looking for people that are illegal immigrants teaching, illegal clergy, illegal immigrant clergy. I don't know who all they employ anyway there, right? So I don't know. We'll all just let it work out in the court there, and well, I guess old Chief Roberts up there, he'll have a final say, right?
I believe so.
You have a great one. Yeah, does Chief Roberts have the last say in all of it?
Supreme Court, 100%. Yep.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, have a great weekend. Been a pleasure talking to you all week there. I hope I ain't bored you too much there. So, enjoy your weekend there with Mama Sommers. Oh, and, we were talking about high-maintenance women last night there. Don't answer that question tonight either. So, Tennessee handed me this little bottle of perfume because my birthday's coming up, because I'm just about out. Say that stuff was $150 for a little old bitty bottle of perfume.
Ooh,
but it smells good on her, and I smells good on her, so I'd spend $300 if that's what she wants there. So I'm going to have a good one. I'm going to take care of my high-maintenance woman. You take care of yours, and have a great, blessed day. Steve.
All right, Knucklebuster. That indeed is what you call a not-so-subtle hint, right? Yeah, my birthday's coming up, honey. Look, this is almost empty. You better get some. In other immigration scenarios, Indian officials, as in the country of India, are preparing, they say, to repatriate roughly 18,000 Indian migrants who've been living in the United States illegally. People familiar with the matter informed Bloomberg that the Indian government is prepared to work with President Trump and his administration to identify and take back all its citizens who have been in the U.S. illegally. As part of Indian-U.S. cooperation on migration and mobility, both sides are engaged in a process to deter illegal migration. According to a spokesperson for India's Ministry of External Affairs, speaking to Bloomberg, this is being done to create more avenues for legal migration from India to the United States. The majority of the Indians who've been living in the U.S. illegally are reportedly youth from Western India. While the actual number could be much higher, Bloomberg said the U.S. has identified roughly 18,000 migrants who've been living in the country from India illegally. Indian government preparing to verify and start the process of deportation. Now, they say in return for their cooperation with the U.S., the Indian government hopes that the Trump administration will protect legal immigration channels that its citizens use to come to the U.S. Hoping that they'll protect those channels, H-1B visa programs for skilled workers. Indian citizens accounted for almost 3/4 of the 386,000 H-1B visas granted in 2023. Wow. India preparing to repatriate thousands of illegal Indian migrants living in the U.S. As the Senate passed the Laken-Riley Act on Monday. Under that act, the Department of Homeland Security is required to take illegal migrants who've been charged, arrested, or convicted of crimes, even burglary, theft, shoplifting, into custody. State governments are also authorized to sue for injunctive relief over certain immigration-related decisions or alleged failures by the federal government if the decision or failure caused the state or its residents any sort of harm. Now, with all the cold, we are in the frozen tundra, something I hadn't even really thought about, but they say along with all the hazards of driving, flight delays, school closures, this bitter winter weather we've been dealing with for much of the country in recent weeks has also impacted, they tell us, local cemeteries. In many cases, the ground is entirely frozen, which makes digging graves very challenging and time-consuming. And of this during a season when the number of deaths, they say, is usually at its peak. Winter weather and rare winter storms hit a swath of the southern U.S. this week, as we know. Blizzard warnings on the Gulf Coast as that polar vortex pushed the frigid winds across the country. This winter has been very challenging, according to the director of operations at Michigan's Elmwood Cemetery. He said special equipment has to be employed to first remove the frost from the ground so graves can be more easily dug. A high-powered torch is used to thaw the frozen ground, making it easier for the machinery to operate. But obviously the weather affects the ability to find plots. It's easy to spot a plot in the summer months when the ground's clear, but when you've got a blanket of snow on the ground and sometimes 6, 12, 18 inches thick, where's your plot, All right, old man winter. Meanwhile, north of the border, Amazon Canada says they're going to close all 7 of their Quebec warehouses and lay off staff over the next 2 months. The e-commerce giant positioned the move, scuttling 1,700 permanent jobs and 250 temporary jobs as a way to provide even more savings to our customers over the long run. Now, that's their word, and dismissed concerns it was linked to a recent unionization push in the province. Now, an Amazon spokesperson said this is about offering the best service we can to customers in a way that's efficient and cost-effective. when asked whether these closures were an attempt at union busting. Now, the closure of the Quebec facilities will mean Amazon will revert to a business model they used in the province up until the year 2020, which employed local third-party companies for package deliveries. About 240 Amazon workers at their DXT4 warehouse in Laval, Quebec, a Montreal suburb, had managed to unionize back in May, becoming the first of the tech company's Canadian warehouses to unionize. Now, they say the process was hard fought. Amazon challenging the workers' accreditation with the Confederation of National Trade Unions, which accused the company of flooding the workplace with scaremongering messages. Amazon has previously responded to accusations that it's anti-union by saying it does not think unions are the best option for its employees, but they have the right to join one. Now, the company lost its challenge at the province's labor tribunal back in October. Yeah, sure sounds to me more like the union. You think you're going to unionize? We'll just shut things down, right? All right, one final industry headline here. Funding. The Highway Trust Fund. Well, we don't have enough money. The Highway Trust Fund shortfalls and a lack of truck parking were among several topics discussed at the House Highways and Transit Committee's subcommittee's first hearing here of the 119th Congress this past Wednesday. The hearing, America Builds, Highways to Move People and Freight. Representative Ruzar of North Carolina, the chairman of the subcommittee, used his opening statements to discuss inequities with the current Highway Trust Fund. That's what uses fuel taxes to pay for federal road and bridge projects. According to Rouser, the fund hasn't been fully solvent since 2008. We must have a frank conversation about the solvency of the Highway Trust Fund, which is the main funding source for highway projects. Since 2008, Congress has transferred approximately $275 billion to cover the shortfall of revenues as expenditures continue to grow. Although it's not a new problem, the congressman said it's time for the lawmakers. We got to figure out a new funding mechanism, as electric vehicles are not contributing to the current system. Highway funding relies on a user pay principle. It's pretty simple. You purchase fuel to fill up your vehicle to use the road. When the fuel tax is collected, it's put into the Highway Trust Fund. However, electric vehicles, which are often heavier than their conventional counterparts because of the weight of the batteries, do not pay into the Highway Trust Fund. This is becoming a bigger and bigger concern. In previous sessions, a vehicle miles traveled tax or tolls have been presented as potential ways to correct the issue. Now, a vehicle mile tax was raised concerns about privacy, and the trucking industry has argued against efforts to create truck-only tolls. Rouser suggested that getting all vehicles to pay their fair share has to be a priority. Now, it is wholly unfair that an entire segment of users doesn't contribute to the roads and bridges they use. This won't address the greater solvency issue, obviously, but we got to rectify this so all users are treated fairly and contribute to the systems on which they rely. Now, this is one of the, I guess, sales notes used when you try to convince someone to purchase an electric vehicle. Hey, you're not going to have to purchase fuel anymore, right? And you're not going to have to be paying all that tax. We knew this was going to become an issue, though. The president of Cargo Transporters testified that funding should be generated in an equitable manner. The trucking industry is the leading payer into the Highway Trust Fund, contributing almost half of all the revenues, while we represent less than 5% of the road users. While the trucking industry is proud to pay our fair share, congressional attention is necessary to ensure a lasting, viable, equitable revenue source for continued infrastructure investments.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
All right. Looking at Mark Milley. Is he safe? You know, he's one of those that got that last-minute pardon from Joe Biden. And he accepted the pardon. Yeah, Milley said that he doesn't want to spend the remainder of his life fighting retribution. But is he in the clear? I guess that's not a definitive. The Army can take some sort of action against Mark Milley, despite President Biden's pardon of the retired general, according to retired Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer. He said this past day, I don't know about the criminal aspects of that. That is something scholars are looking at. Whether the Uniform Code of Military Justice could be used to bring accountability to Milley for his intent to betray the United States. Can there be a UCMJ, which is separate from federal law, but, related? Can there be some sort of action taken? There's one area that the Army can take action without any regard to any of the issue regarding either UCMJ or federal law or the grant of whatever clemency he has. And that is called administrative actions. He explains the Army can actually hold an administrative board to examine his actions separately, not criminally. It's something that's happened to a lot of folks. You can be reduced in rank. You can be essentially changed around as long as a board does an adequate and substantial review. Of course, Milley, the former chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, admitted the chaotic Afghanistan withdrawal in 2021, where 13 U.S. troops lost their lives, was a strategic failure. Wasn't Milley the one that said, "I didn't see that coming"? You had one job. I didn't see it coming. Well, what was that? It was the bus trip, supposed to be a bus trip, enjoyable, that turned out to be the trip from hell. Passengers on a Greyhound bus say their scheduled trip turned into a proverbial nightmare. About 20 people stranded at a Greyhound bus station in Roanoke for more than 9 hours last week. According to the Greyhound bus tracking, bus number 86974 began its route in Union Station just before 6 a.m., arrived in Roanoke about noon. According to passengers, the driver left the bus at the terminal and said the next driver would be there in about 15 minutes to take them to their next stop on their way to Nashville, Tennessee. Nobody ever showed up. We've been here for an extremely long time. I'm trying to get back home. I'm trying to take my little brother to Dallas. I already called in a couple of times, and they're not answering, according to one of the bus riders. Passengers say the bus was left with the door open, no power without the keys, and it was really cold, you recall. I can barely feel my fingers. There's no keys to the bus. We can't even close the door. And I'm not a bus operator. They say they made multiple attempts to call Greyhound and speak to staff at the Roanoke bus stop building. Before it closed, they weren't given any answers. Simply told to wait for the next bus. There were kids. I said it was 35 degrees in Roanoke. And here we are, 9 hours? Wow. Another passenger said, I was supposed to be in Knoxville, Tennessee at 6:30 p.m. It's 3.5 hours past that, and I'm still not moving. This is ridiculous. Greyhound representatives did not immediately respond to a request for comment regarding the situation. All right, with that, we'll close things out here. On a Friday morning, have a great weekend. Thanks so much for spending some time with us here. Join us back at the midnight hour, Sunday night, Monday morning. Who will be in the Super Bowl? I guess by then we shall know, right? For the next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.